Gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to now welcome Mrs. Lalita Alluri, National President. She was the President of Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs of India, Telangana Chapter, 2018 to 2020. Under her dynamic leadership, 128 new members joined and did many innovative programs to the members and promoted entrepreneurship through skill training. Please give a huge round of applause, Madam Lalita Alluri, National President. And I also take the pleasure to welcome Uma Gurkha, Board of Directors, founded the Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs of India that creates an ecosystem where women entrepreneurs get motivated, networked, access to markets and facilitated to get government and bank support as well. She started the Thermo Group with 11 employees and turnover of 1.2 lakhs in 1979 to over 3,000 strength and turnover of 900 crores. She has diversified to thermo cables, manufacturing specialities, cables for defense, navy, railways, solar, wind power plants and many more. Madam Uma Gurkha. Welcome you, please. And I also take the pleasure to welcome Jyotsna Cheruvu, National Secretary. She's a civil engineer graduate, MBA in HR and behavioral trainer. Jyotsna has more than 2 decades of experience as an entrepreneur. She's also associated with Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs for the last decade, holding various management positions. She is presently on advisory board of construction.
Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this conference, WISE 2025, on Sustainable and Emerging Technologies and Global Opportunities. In today's rapidly evolving world, technology plays a vital role in shaping our future. As we gather here today, we recognize the immense potential of sustainable and emerging technologies in transforming industries, economies, and societies. This conference brings together innovators, thought leaders, and experts from around the world to share insights, explore collaborations, and unlock global opportunities. Finvesco, SERP, without whom this event would not have been possible. Conference is new partnership, innovative solutions, and policy recommendations. With this conference, we are expecting connections between the entrepreneurs, innovators, investors, and collaborations with diverse sustainable growth, capacity building and skill development for our entrepreneurs to enhance their skills and knowledge in sustainable technologies. Finally, this is the platform for entrepreneurs to connect with investors.
So when we had 750 registrations, we were flabbergasted because we were expecting something 500 plus and we had 750, and yesterday night forcefully we had to close. And today morning, looking at the response, I was wondering, where did the 750 come? Is it some kind of a scam? People don't turn adaya, hum nawabi log hai, hum aaram se aate hain. So that's fine. So WISE already, Lalita has already initiated few words about WISE and why we are doing it. The objective for WISE, one thing we would very strongly say, is aimed at SMEs at large and women entrepreneurs at very specific levels. Because what kind of business opportunities, what kind of ideas, and then in SME sector, basically we lag a lot in terms of digital security. We work very hard, produce designs, produce products, but we don't know how to protect them. And we are also very lagging. We do wonderful products, but to take it onto the global platform, we have a lot of lag in terms of our digitizing of our SMEs. So that's where we thought, let's explore these 2 days, focusing mostly onto the MSME sector, which needs a lot of thrust in terms of new business ideas, new ways of doing the same business. And if somebody is thinking of expanding and diversification of businesses, people have, like, in Kobe, we keep getting a lot of people coming in, I'm doing this business, but I want to diversify. There are people who come up and say, I have some ideas, but I don't know where to start. So for all such people, we would invite you to please pay attention to what the speakers are saying, because we have given a kind of idea to the speakers also to focus more on business ideas rather than some conceptual stuff. And at the same time, another very important aspect, the whole globe is today running towards sustainability. It's every citizen responsibility to make our lives sustainable so that the future generation can survive. But as entrepreneurs, we have more responsibility because we run businesses which produce lot of waste, lot of stuff which has to be more sustainable. We consume lot of power, then it has to be more sustainable. Economically, we have to become more sustainable. So that's where this 2 days conference has been ideated, and the objective and the vision of this session is to give more ideas to the businesses to become more and more sustainable, and also use the latest technologies across the globe. So that's where I will do my conversation here. Happy learning to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jyotsna. Thank you very much. I now request our Board of Director, Ms. Uma Gurkhaji, to give us a brief about COVE.
Done a lot in this direction because all our members are so passionate to help each other. How we do it is in very many ways. I'm not going to take time, we are running late. Just to tell broadly the different ways we do it: by imparting learning, by doing networking, by doing marketing, by arranging infrastructure, by advocacy in the government, by bringing awareness of programs and facilitating things. And that, over the years, we probably have done this for more than 10,000 women. With this, I will stop because our journey and what we did through these years, there is a video and it will get covered. All of you will be there, so I don't think.
Thank you, Madam Uma. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we have something very, very interesting. You need to open your phone, go to the App Store and download this app called WISE 2025. I request all the three ladies to please come forward and do the honors. We're launching the WISE app. App launch. So in your registrations also you do have a link. You can click and download the app, which brings everybody together on one platform. The B2B business opportunities, suppliers, and everybody on one platform. This was a huge project. A lot of thought process went inside and many minds went, and we brought this WISE 2025 app.
As we are talking of sustainability, we thought instead of giving program sheets physically to people and giving brochures, we thought we will do it through an app, and thanks to our technology partners who made it possible. I request all of you to please download this app going to the Play Store or your Apple Store, and this is available, WISE 2025, where you will get live updates of what's the sessions that are going on, the speaker profiles, and more details about the sessions. Thank you. People can just download it. Yeah.
All right, I request all of you to please put your hands together. That's the WISE 2025 app, and you can download and start using it. Thank you very much. And we move on to the first session of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly, I shall introduce the speakers onto the stage. I thank all the ladies. Thank you very much.
Wix. Why are we doing this? It's very important to keep your personal Paytm or your personal Google Pay away from the one of your business. As you grow, as you scale up, you will find that the need for transparency is there in your accounting. And this can only happen if you keep the two accounting systems of your personal life and of your business that you're building separate. And this is what Paid is here to do. We would be very happy to work with all the COE members to ensure that they are able to sell better, both within India as well as in the international market. Thank you.
Thank you, Alka. It's a great pleasure for me. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to moderate this panel on building digital culture, the strategies for MSME. This discussion is more relevant than ever in today's rapidly evolving business landscape. The digital revolution is reshaping businesses globally, and MSMEs are at the heart of it. With over 63 million MSMEs in India, contributing 30% of the GDP and nearly 50% of exports, their role in economic growth is undeniable. However, less than 25% of Indian MSMEs have fully embraced digital tools, highlighting the need for a structured approach to to digital adoption. How can small and medium enterprises effectively leverage technology to compete and scale globally? That is what we will be discussing here today. And to help me talk about this, I have a very distinguished panel of speakers. Let me just introduce them to you. We have with us Dr. Sriram, who is the CEO of DSCI Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. He has had an extensive career in IT, ICT, telecom, and cybersecurity. He is leading in innovation and high-performance teams. He's a PhD in open innovation in ICT from IIFT, Masters in Computer Science and Bachelor's in Electrical Engineering. He's an author of Business Innovation and ICT Strategies. He heads the cyber audit committees for states, data centers, and IT vendor selection. He's a former head of information services at T-Hub and incubating almost more than 160 tech startups. He's held key roles at Oracle, VeriSign, Siemens, HP, and TechSpan, and managing global teams. He has led major projects across USA, Europe, Asia, and Middle East. He currently advises C-level entrepreneurs, executives, and startups and industry leaders. Next, we have Mahuya, who's had who's working as a director with Dell Technologies. She's had more than 17 plus years of experience in product management. She specializes in B2B and SaaS across industries. She's an innovation coach and an AI strategist with over 9 patents filed at USPTO. She has been awarded as a distinguished product leader. Another author among our midst, with the author to being Mystery to Mastery and Ideation to Productionization, and a creator of Rapid Wireframe Crash Course. She's a speaker, a columnist in many places. She has mentored over 1,000 plus startups and professionals in deep tech, med tech, fintech, and AI. She's an expert in go-to-market strategies, investor pitch decks, and product market fit. I would advise all the startups here to come talk to her later. She also hosts a YouTube channel on product management. We have Anurag with us. Anurag Singh is CEO of UFG Labs from UAE. He is a CEO and CTO of UFG Labs. It's a cutting-edge blockchain project, merging proof of work and proof of sales for enhancing security, speed, and scalability. With an extensive experience in blockchain architecture, cryptographic security, and decentralized finance. He's actively innovating in the Web3 space and pushing boundaries of decentralized technologies. There is a lot of work which, if I start reading it, I don't think we'll have a panel discussion here. So, sir, I apologize for cutting short the introduction. Then we have Dr. Rajshri Bhaskaran. She's the CEO and founder of Project Karna. She's coming from US. She's a PhD from Santa Barbara, MS Cornell, and BTech from IIT Madras. She has inducted into MEMS and Sensor Hall of Fame for human-machine interface innovations. She holds over 40 plus patents in AI, ML, and advanced technologies. She's a chair and board of technical advisors to SEMI, global speaker and panelist in AI, ML, and cybersecurity. With over 15 years of experience in Intel Corporation, she's also an affiliate professor at University of Washington, venture partner and advisor, etc., etc., etc. Again, I'm not repeating the whole thing. So with such a distinguished panel on the dais, I think I should speak less and let them speak more. Let's start with the first question, and we will start this way. So one of the issues that when I mentioned the statistics, that only 25% of MSMEs are adopting digital tools. Why do you think that is, and how can we, what is the barriers to that? If I could have a few sentences from each of you.
Hello, first of all, thank you very much, COVE and the initiative, WISE initiative, for inviting me here. Okay, and thanks for moderating this panel, Ms. Usha. So, actually about your question, it's a very good question. First thing is the awareness. Okay, people are not aware that this can help them save a lot of time and get their job done. So, to the question that why digitalization itself happens. So there are three key reasons why digitalization is required or it happens. The first one is the experience. The experience it transforms. Whether you take an Uber app or your online medical records, it transforms your entire experience. Okay? Or you're watching, you're doing online shopping or you're watching online movies, the whole experience is different. So that is the first thing. It brings together a new experience. You would not like to go back waving hands on the road to stop a taxi or something. You would like to simply click and get that. So that is the first thing. The second key reason, very briefly, is efficiency. Efficiency, faster, better, cheaper, stronger, all these things put together. So that is the efficiency, how it brings about. It removes inefficiencies, brings in efficiencies. The third key reason is that of possibilities. Possibilities indicate all the innovations that will happen by connecting the dots, by putting together new business models, and so on. These are the three reasons why digitalization happens. Now, what has happened is the people who need it the most, okay, who are in all these departments, for example, MSMEs are there, startups are there. They need to bring in good value proposition. They need to bring in the efficiencies. They need to innovate. They need it the most. And they are the people who are not using it at all. They're stuck in some mindset or something. That needs to change because awareness on all these fronts need to be brought. And I'm sure that organizations or conferences like this can help make a big difference. And through demos, and nowadays it's even cloud. You don't even have to invest in infrastructure to take to digitalization. So I would say the topmost reason is that of lack of awareness. The second thing is a hesitance towards investment. They feel that whatever value proposition, they can simply continue in that. That's a mindset thing. We need to break that and show that there are new possibilities of doing things, right? And because everything is being done in the same way and all. So I just want to I'll call out maybe later in the session or so. Only in India there is a misconception that MNCs mean big companies. Wrong. Whether you go to Taiwan, South Korea or so, small companies are MSMEs. And this lack of digitalization is what is causing them to be stuck. They can even export globally. They can do a lot of things with it. I'll stop here.
Thank you, sir. Maria?
Yeah, so I completely agree with what Sir just mentioned. I'd just add a few more points to it. So, of course, I also agree that it is mostly awareness and investment, which are the main hindrance or which are the top two barriers to adopt digitalization. But at the same time, there are, I'm sure, a lot of SMEs who want to go digital, who want to scale and go global, but they don't know how to go about that, how to go about and do that in the best possible way. So yeah, also there are a lot of misconceptions also. Like one is, I would say, a lot of SMEs do not know, and the second part is misconception. I'll elaborate a little bit more on the misconception part. Many SMEs, they kind of see that going digital or innovating or basically going digital is essentially, they look at it as, software upgrades, whereas it is, it has a lot less to do with software upgrade, but it has a lot more to do with business model shift, right? So I'll just give, a few examples so that it kind of sticks. Softwares or going digital or automating your business, you would only be able to reap the benefits provided, your business models are set correctly. Otherwise, what would end up happening is this, like you're just going to digitize bad business processes. Let me give an example. There is this, manufacturing unit, textile manufacturing company based in Surat. It's woman-led. They were doing really good. I mean, they are still doing very good. Consistently, like 3 years, they have hit their revenue target of several CR. They were very profitable. And at that point in time, they felt that, okay, it's time to kind of invest in digital technologies. And the first thing that they did was to invest in an ERP software. But you know what? They had issues in their inventory. Like, they should have first addressed that. So what ended up happening was investing in the ERP, of course, it cost them a lot of money. And at the same time, it led to a lot more confusion and inefficiencies overall. So my advice would be, don't look at going digital as a software upgrade. Rather, start with business goals. A useful business goal to start with would be like, I want to reduce the delays in order, or I want to improve my inventory management system, whatever it may be. Start with the business goal, then evaluate and then digitize in layers. Like, don't go about and digitize all of your business processes at the same time. Identify areas where, there are problems. First, fix those business process related problems and then digitize one at a time. And while you do that, you could also, go one platform at a time. Today, there are so many different platforms. So do it in phases. And lastly, you don't really need a lot of, my recommendation is going to be, do not spend heavily on a specific application. Evaluate a lot of apps that are there in the market. Pick a one that resonates with your business model, which is a good fit for you, and look for trial and go, ultimately use something which has subscription-based model so that you have an easy exit option. The cost is not too high. So always think of digital transformation as a business model transformation. It's not like tech-driven, it should be business-driven. I think I've spoken a lot, so I'll let my other panel members to kind of chime in. Thank you, Usha.
Thank you, Mahuya. Anurag, you've had the experience also seeing businesses abroad and them digitizing. What would you see the reason they have started digitizing faster, or they're not faster? It's just our perception.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks to Kove for having me on the panel. Regarding the startups and the companies which are starting abroad, and they are having great success in the international market regarding the adoption of digital technology, is that they are following the trend. They are educating themselves first. Because the founder of the startup or a company may not be technically sound himself, but if he gains that knowledge, even in layman terms, he will be able to understand which technology he has to adopt. So basically, trend is your friend. In India, people, they shy away. For example, if some founder basically doesn't understand the technology, he may not basically ask for any help from any technical person or any technical consultancy. And we have lack of that infrastructure to educate startups, to educate founders regarding the technology which is available for them to adopt. And we have to have that kind of infrastructure, an educational infrastructure, which educate the founders of the startups regarding the trend, regarding the Web3, AI, ML, how they can integrate that into their startups. Because if we do not tell them, they will not know where to find it. Yes, we have suggestions that, okay, this should be adopted, that's how you should manage your business, this is there. But that is limited to, like, a small setting, a small sample size. But if we have to reach a broader scale of startups, a broader scale of industry, so we have to have a plan in India to educate people on the ground, to have something accessible to them, readily available to them, so that they understand the technology much better, what they have to adopt. In abroad, for example, I can take example in UAE, many startups, many industries, they have different, organizations which are there to help them understand the technology, what they can adopt. They are there to connect them with the right company which can solve any problem for them. So that infrastructure basically is helping them grow. Even if you see Canada, US, so they have those kind of infrastructure, they have those kind of government bodies which are helping them to understand technology, helping them to adopt that technology. So in India also, we should have such organization bodies which can help the founder of the company's startup understand and adopt the technology which is suitable for them.
Thank you, Anurag. Raji, you also are a startup founder working in tech, deep tech. What would you say is it easier to sell in India, or is it more difficult to sell in India or abroad?
First of all, thanks very much for having me here in this forum. Yes, I'll make a couple of observations about my product, but before that, generally as well, the biggest opportunity in front of us is kind of, I think for the last 2 decades, there's been a lot of digital technologies coming that can help with any business of all scales. But particularly, I think right now we are on the cusp of democratization of AI, which is huge opportunity for SMEs in particular. Because unlike any previous innovations, previous even generation of machine learning, AI, and previous generation of IoT, which all I've been part of, this is uniquely important because this is an opportunity where there is a new tool, and AI is just a tool, it's not technology, AI is a tool. There is a new tool that has been brought to the world that can really help any parts of, many parts of your transaction, many parts of your business, much cheaper and much faster, if you adopt it correctly. So I'll twist. In general, I would compare, as an outsider who is originally, of course, from here, I would say India is not lacking in anything. India is not necessarily lacking in availability of technology, but I think what we need is confidence. Confidence that we can apply this technology in order to do business the way that we can grow, the way that we want to do this business. So in particular, I would say, for small and medium businesses, I second all the kind of, points, particularly start with what is your business problem, where do you want to create more value for your customers, learn about tools and technologies that can help you deliver more value faster and cheaper so that you can keep more of the profit.
I think you're speaking the language of keeping more of the profit to the right audience. So let's start from the other end. Raji, you just spoke about AI. And you have been doing some work in IoT itself. Can you give us some case studies, some good stories of somebody who's applied it in MSME and has succeeded?
Absolutely. I think they are all related fields of technologies. IoT stands for Internet of Things, where you connect physical objects and things to the internet, as the name suggests. And the idea is that you remove the dependencies. Even if you're moving, you're selling this bottle of water, you remove everything about you convert this physical bottle of water into an asset in the internet, and then after that you can track everything about it in the virtual world. And it's basically an abstraction layer, right? So you can do businesses where, other than physically moving the atoms, all the rest of the things about that business can be done in the internet, which means from anywhere in the world, from your mobile phone, from your computer, no matter where you are situated, which is very, very powerful way, like, Mahia mentioned, a new business concept. In particular, where IoT has made large difference abroad and in India is, for example, in healthcare and digitization of various steps in the healthcare. And I think there's a lot of opportunities for MSME to bring it not just in tier 1 cities, but to tier 2, tier 3, and everywhere in India with respect to healthcare delivery. We cannot change the fact that the humans, our bodies which are sick, or where they are physically. But every other information, every blood report, every X-ray, every other test that we have done can be immediately digitized, connected through secure IoT, and then we can change where we make the other decisions. For example, a doctor can be sitting anywhere in the world today, looking at all your data and making the best recommendation for the next course of action. So I feel like healthcare has a large potential for this IoT and a lot of automation using AI. The other broad industry where I think IoT has already played, but will also continue playing a role, is in logistics and supply chain, right? By definition, that's where you move things, but in the internet, it's very easy to move information. So that can help move physical things also much better. So you can optimize supply chain, logistics, all these functionalities across all industries using AI and IoT.
Thank you. Anurag, you've been working with blockchain and finance quite a bit. There is a myth that blockchain is, I don't know if it's a myth, but it's quite true also that blockchain is expensive, right? So for MSMEs, how easy is it to use blockchain? And the other two digital tools, if you have a case study that you can quote.
Yes. See, blockchain is not expensive, actually. If you see right now, there are blockchain solutions available in the market where companies, startups, and SMEs, basically they can deploy their projects on layer 3 and layer 4. So blockchain consists of many layers. It consists from layer 1 to layer 4. So layer 1 and 2 are the core layer, basically, which is the part of the foundation which is developing it. Then layer 3 and layer 4 are meant for the people to deploy their retail projects on it. And people can deploy it for the fraction of cost. You can just deploy your project, you can deploy a decentralized application, automation, anything, just for few dollars, for few cents. Yes, deploying a core blockchain, a layer 1, layer 2 blockchain, that requires money. Definitely, but that can be a part of a bigger organization which can create that blockchain infrastructure and which can again create layer 3 and layer 4 where people can have it done for few dollars. So it's a myth that it's an expensive operation. And another thing is blockchain is just for the immutability of data. It's a data management thing. So one has to understand that what they are using blockchain for. If they do not require blockchain, they should not use it. Yeah, they can use blockchain if they are interested in the financial part of it. They can have it as a payment gateway or for the payment services, for the payment ecosystem, connecting with the financial ecosystem of the blockchain side. But if they have the requirement for the data immutability, data security, for that they can implement blockchain backend, blockchain infrastructure for various things, like for gaming industry. For example, right now, decentralized gaming are a trend. For that, basically, gaming industry has been into the fire that there is so much manipulation going on. Any function which is executed, like dicing function is there, card distribution function is there within the game. For example, you take gambling game, you take board games. So that can be randomized by using blockchain as a backend by generating random hash, which is not repeated in billions of years. So integrating in that, it's feasible. Integrating some other industry like cybersecurity in forex industry, that is feasible. Like forex industry is experiencing so many scams. Why? Because all the data, it is basically in the central domain. Even if your trade log, your liquidity provider, nothing is there in the decentralized domain. So if you have every data in the decentralized web, so that data cannot be mutated. Even the service provider and the broker, they cannot manipulate the data, they cannot manipulate the market. So for that industry, blockchain is feasible. So there are some industry where it is feasible and some industry that is not required. But if you want to start in the, your industry with blockchain, so you do not require huge amount of money. You just have to identify the potential where you need to integrate.
Thank you, Anurag. Mahuya, coming to you, some use cases in India and preferably in Hyderabad, if you can name a few.
Use cases in context to... Sure. So yeah, there are a lot of examples, but before I get there, I want to kind of add to what Anurag just talked about on blockchain. So the thing with blockchain or any technology is, as I mentioned in my previous comment, don't start with technology. Start by asking the business problem that I need to solve, and then, see what is the best way to kind of go about and solve. So when it comes to blockchain, what does it do? It basically ensures that industries or sectors where data can be altered, manipulated, and there are a lot of scams, you need to ensure the integrity of data. That is, let's say, the primary criteria. Those are the industries or use cases where there is a need to use blockchain. Now, you talked about, now I'm going to divert a lot and kind of get to the examples. I'll talk about few in context to SMEs, small medium businesses, where you still want to kind of ensure data integrity, but you don't really need to invest in blockchain. Let's take few examples. So let's say that you are an artist, right? You make hand-drawn arts and you sell that online. You have to ensure that nobody else is able to copy that. So you can use AI-generated hallmark on those original artwork. That's a way to kind of identify that it's your original artwork. So there are cheaper and other alternatives. I'll give another example. So there is, I actually know this company. So they create Kanjivaram sarees. They are based out of Chennai. So they wanted to be very creative about it, and they did, they wanted to ensure that the buyers actually get to see how this Kanjivaram saree is being made. And that's how they started off with, and they were looking at various options, like, what are my options? What they came up with, or what they kind of used, is very unique. I think it's worth sharing here. So in the sari, there is a, like in any sari, like if you go to any local market or any place to buy sari, you would find a sticker, right, that tells you its MRP and all of that. Over there, they have put a QR code, and that QR code takes the user back to a video which shows how that sari was made and, the entire process around it. So, you have to be creative. You have to start with, what is it that I need to solve? Is it trust that I want to build? Is it the authenticity of the product that I want to convey to the users? And there are a lot of different ways of getting there. Blockchain doesn't have to be the, one and only solution. So yeah, so these are a few examples that I can talk about. And do you want me to give, there are so many examples in my head, so do you want me to continue or? Okay, yeah, I thought so.
So, sir, this thing to you, you've been talking to a lot of entrepreneurs about cybersecurity and data. Somehow in the MSME world, we think we do not have data, we do not have cybersecurity is not a big problem for us. Solve the mystery for us.
So yeah, good question. So first thing is, I'll keep it very short in the interest of time. First thing is that the value chain has moved into the cyber world mostly. Physical goods are seen almost as a last leg of the chain, which can be outsourced to factories, highly automated factories or other countries, third world countries. Everything, the value has moved into the cyber world. Even you see all your documents and all, you may or may not take a printout, but bulk of it is there. Money also, you see that most of it is digital. So in that manner, so now what is of value needs to be protected. And unfortunately, in the cyber world, sort of different laws apply. Like the laws of physics is different. You do not have there to protect physical goods and human life. Okay. In the cyber world, for example, to replicate an object in the physical world takes equal number of molecules. In the cyber world, you can make 1 million copies at zero cost. Okay. Similarly, the business of sharing. For example, if someone is sitting in a chair, I can't use the same chair. Or if someone is drinking a bottle of water, I can't take the same. Whereas in the cyber world, the very notion of cloud is that of shit. I get a lot of calls saying that I got hit by a ransomware attack. I got hit by something else. And how do I do that? I didn't have backups and all. So many means and measures are there for cybersecurity world because you do not realize that you're using so much stack. Right from your apps, to the network, to your endpoint devices, to the application layer, the platform layer, application, cloud, cyber forensics, many areas are there. So I'll just add a couple of points that if you were to take the GDPs of the world, if cyber crimes were a GDP, it would be the third largest GDP in the world. Okay, today. First is US with $24 trillion, second is US with $24 trillion, second is China with some $18 trillion, third is cyber crimes with $8 trillion, the next is half of it, Germany and Japan of equal size, $4 trillion. Then comes India with 3.75 trillion. Something which is of the size of the third largest GDP in the world. That is one thing. The second fact is that if you were to take something like this Alliance group, you must have heard of Bajaj Alliance. Alliance is an insurance group. What are insurance groups? They track risks very closely. Cyber risks are deemed to be the #1 risk in the world today, surpassing every other kind of risk. Climates, catastrophes, natural disasters, terrorist attacks, business interruptions, political unrest, everything else falls behind. Cyber risks are the #1 risk in the world today. So something which is of the size of the third largest GDP in the world and which is deemed as the #1 risk in the world today, how should you approach it? You cannot approach it from the point of view of saying that, what is the big deal? Let me put a little antivirus and one firewall and be done with it. It just won't work. You will simply lose heavily, and many of them, including Fortune 500 companies, have been attacked very badly. So that is there. You need all kinds of measures. Let me close with a simple example, which sums it up, even the ones which I had mentioned about blockchain. Take simple thing like academic degree certificates. Okay, academic degree certificates. Now, you need to protect not only today's data, but 10 years ago, whatever data also. Why? Otherwise, somebody will come with a degree saying, I'm an MBBS from this college, 10 years ago I passed. It could be a fake certificate, right? So how will you protect it? So one of the ways, one of the startups that we have, by the way, Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, we incubate about 60 plus cybersecurity startups here, okay? And we work with governments, intelligence agencies, policy, organizations, as well as with corporates, large, medium, small, and then with user enterprises like banks, pharma, retail, and all, and with academic institutes, research, faculty development, student development, conferences, hackathons, so on, and with international bodies like Hague Security Delta, Hague Center for Strategic Studies, Netherlands, CyberWest Australia, Israel, US, so many other countries. So UK, the other day Cardiff University, all these people are here. So what we do is, so taking this example, academic degree certificates, if you were to put it on a blockchain, okay, one of the startups does that, then you are protected so that nobody can bribe some clerk and simply enter some data or do something and do that, provided they are validated before putting it. But there is certain business case, as Mahima mentioned, for which it really applies, and you need to use that. And then there are a whole host of tools. There are about 200 areas in cybersecurity. Not delve into that. The rich career, because by the way, an opening for you, it's a $2 trillion market. Okay. So of which, what will happen if people don't invest $2 trillion in it, the ecosystem doesn't invest, there are going to be straight $12 trillion worth of damages. That is the reason why $2 trillion. And we as an industry body, what is a problem we view as an opportunity. Because there is such a large gap, sitting here, we can solve the cybersecurity problems of the world. Privacy laws, it's one last line on it. We had GDPR in Europe, and here DPDP Act has come out. The highest ever fines in all civil and criminal codes are imposed for breach of personal data, which is 250 crores. And in that, if they find multiple breaches, it jumps to 500 crores. So, and now multiply that by 137. 137 countries have adopted data security, data protection laws and data privacy laws, like GDPR. GDPR, European one, 4% of your annual turnover can be imposed as fines. So given these things, MSMEs should wake up and see that it is of utmost importance. In fact, the contracts themselves, every contract will specify that you are cyber safe, your vendors are cyber safe, everything is cyber safe. So I'd urge everyone to take note of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. I just want to give you all one last word, a minute for a last word, starting with Raji.
Okay, that's a perfect setup because I just wanted to add one thing to it. Absolutely, any problem that's big enough is also an opportunity that's big enough. And in the context of Indian women entrepreneurs, biggest message I want to say is, this is pure white field because cybersecurity, don't be afraid of acronyms. It is just people making up random 4 and 5 letter words for things that they cannot explain more simply. So come join the cybersecurity industry. I'm building in it because I see the opportunity, and I think there's opportunity for people, particularly SMEs, because the flavor of cybersecurity you need depends on the amount of digitization and the understanding local knowledge, local culture, and local ways of doing business in order to also secure them. So while there is big problem, there's also a lot of solutions to be built, and I'll be happy to mentor anyone who wants to build in the space.
My last word is that in India, even for women entrepreneurs, we need a technology infrastructure, an infrastructure where people can understand the technology, how to integrate that technology within their business, a right technology within their business. If they have to integrate blockchain, they have to understand that blockchain is required for their business. If they have to integrate AI and ML, they have to identify that it is required for their businesses or not. There are several segments in the digitalization. People have to identify which segment is suitable for them. So we need to have an infrastructure which educates the startups, which educates the industry, existing industries about what is required, what they are lacking in, what is the problem statement. So we have to provide them the solution statement. We have to provide them in a passive mode. Nobody will actively come and fetch for themselves. So we have to have some infrastructure which passively educate everyone basically in the startup and the industrial sector. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, so my last word would be like, throughout the session, as I mentioned, like start with your business outcomes. Don't think about going digital is like you have to learn AI, ML, blockchain, all of this in one day. No, there are ways of kind of going about it. So Anurag talked about an infrastructure which is very much needed in India. Probably, I'm hopeful, I'm an optimist. I believe that those kind of infrastructure would be there in the future. In the interim, there are a lot of resources already available, especially if you're a woman entrepreneur. So some of the key ones that I would call out, and I would highly encourage all of you to kind of use those programs that are already available, like Amazon Global Selling Program, Flipkart Samarat, and likewise Google Digital Unlocked. Meta also has tons of resources, not just for entrepreneurs, but anybody who wants to kind of, go digital and understand more about technology. So I would highly, encourage all of you to be open-minded. Don't be fearful of the fact, hey, in order to implement AI, do I need to learn AI or do I need to hire a data scientist? I would say definitely not. You would have to have the basic knowledge of the usage of AI so that you are aware, of its benefits and areas where you can use AI to maximize your potential. But then utilize the current set of programs that are available, and also you can consult any SMEs who can guide you as to, for your business, what kind of, let's say you want to use AI. So what you need to use AI, and they can help you, and they can kind of create a technology roadmap for you. So yeah, so my recommendation is going to be like...
Hello, yeah. So I'd like to conclude with saying that women are weakly represented in cybersecurity. So we take every step to encourage women. Okay, women in cyber, we run many programs. So I'd highly encourage you to enter that field. There is a big misconception that I want to dispel, that cybersecurity is all about techies and all that. No. It's a very, some hooded people sitting in some basement hacking away and all that. It's an absolute misconception. It is a very big, respectable field. It's much like, say, you defense. You're in defense doesn't mean all the people are running in the front line with guns, okay? So like defense, so there are many, many areas in it, ranging from law, legal, like privacy law, cyber law and all that, to psychology, okay, cyber psychology, and so many areas, to user experience. And of course, technical. In technical also, there are a wide range of areas. So that is the thing, and it's not some hype that's going to go away. When I talk about cybersecurity, I mean cybersecurity and privacy. Both are like cousins. So you should do that. The other thing I have for you is that there are so many issues, like, for example, startups have access to market, access to capital, access to mentors, access to collaborations, to talent, to what is in day and age of AI and ML, access to data also. All these things are there. The one-stop shop for you would be an industry body like NASSCOM. Please come to us, Data Security Council of India, COE, if you want anything related to cybersecurity. Because if there is credit liquidity, you want to raise funds. The other day, we were just in the process of closing 2 rounds, I mean, for 2 startups, $5 million of funds each. Okay, so if you wanted any help of any kind, I think you should be in touch with a very good industry body. I think COE is doing a great job. Okay, it will be great to also participate if you're interested in different specialized areas with different bodies. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. With this, we close the panel. I just wanted to reiterate that don't be afraid of tech. Use it in your business model once you've decided what you want to do with it. There is every technology is available to you, and at COE, we are very happy to help you connect to all the industry bodies and to different startups who are working in this area. Thank you again. There's mementos to be given. Can I invite Meetu and Saudamini to please come on stage so that the mementos can be given to the guests?
Loan approvals are a key driver of business expansion and success. Now, here comes a solution that's faster, smarter, and more innovative for MSME financing. Introducing the automated MSME credit assessment model, a revolutionary step towards transforming business financing. This automated credit assessment system for MSMEs makes the process simple and faster. It uses digitally fetched data points through APIs including bureau reports, GST returns, ITR filings, statements, and demographic data. With a straight-through process, STP, and a go-no-go model, loans are processed with objective and transparent decision-making. Whether you are a new borrower applying for an MSME loan or an existing borrower renewing or extending limits, this model is designed to work for everyone. For MSMEs, the benefits are clear. Instant credit decisions. Know the status of your loan in just 40 to 60 minutes. Reduced turnaround time. Faster processing for faster growth. Apply anytime, anywhere. Submit your loan application 24/7 with no need to visit a branch for loan application.
Can I get the first memento out for Dr. Sriram, please?
Spirit and unlocks the full potential of MSMEs, driving growth and success.
Can you please get Dr. Sriram's? Thank you. Sauda, can you please do the honors?
For more than
Can we get Mahua?
decades, one name has been infusing the warm glow of promise, performance, and reliability into many lives across the world.
Anurags and Rajis, both of you please come out too.
Thermopads, specialists in heating solutions for domestic, commercial, and industrial applications. Established in 1978, Thermopads is part of Thermo Group, which is a multi-product, multi-service organization with 800 employees and $100 million in revenues. Other group companies include Thermo Cables, an instrumentation, control and specialty cables manufacturer, and Thermo Systems, an engineering procurement and contracting company, providing turnkey solutions for fuel handling, firefighting, and low-pressure piping. Thermopads has earned the reputation of offering functional and reliable solutions for every surface heating application. With innovation, excellence, and quality at its core, Thermopads has developed a large range of electrical heating products. Headquartered in Hyderabad, India, Thermopads' state-of-the-art manufacturing facility spanning 100,000 square feet of built-up space features a full spectrum of advanced manufacturing processes and a high-end quality control lab. The facility is equipped with avant-garde manufacturing and testing machinery sourced from across the world. Thermopads has long-term collaborations with partners in all corners of the world, with 90% of its products being exported. With its subsidiary in UK, Thermopads has been able to reach closer to its customers. Thermopads products continue to spread the warmth of reliability and the stamp of excellence in millions of lives.
A huge round of applause to all our speakers. Thank you so much. That was indeed very, very insightful. Thank you once again. Can we have a group photograph, please? Gaurav Neelu, Senior Congress Politician, Honorable Minister for Forest, Environment and Endowments, Telangana, Srimati Konda Surekha Gariki, Swagatam, Suswagatam. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we also have a grand inauguration of our B2B Expo. We bring together industry pioneers, innovative startups, and visionary business leaders under one roof. This event is your gateway for forging new partnerships, exploring groundbreaking solutions, and unlocking limitless growth opportunities. Let's kick off this expo with enthusiasm as we celebrate the spirit of collaboration and the power of innovation that drives our business community forward. So today, in a short while from now, Honorable Minister will unveil and inaugurate the B2B Expo as well for a successful connection. On that note, we begin with the inaugural session and our Honorable Governor will join us shortly. It gives me great pleasure to invite our Honorable Minister for Forest, Environment and Endowments, Telangana, గౌరవనీయులు కొండా సురేఖ గారిని వేదిక మీదకి సవినీయంగా ఆహ్వానిస్తున్నాం. Madam Surekha entered politics as a Mandal Parishad member, later appointed as Andhra Pradesh Congress Committee and elected as MLA from Shayampet constituency, served as treasurer for legislature party, and currently Honorable Minister is serving for forests, environmental and endowments of Telangana state government. Hearty and a warm welcome to you, Madam. And it gives me great pleasure to also invite Mercy Pao, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises India, MSME, who has served as an official part-time director of the National Small Scale Industries Corporation. Leadership and responsibilities were efficiently undertaken. She also advocates for MSME's role in clean energy transition. She has participated in Economic Times Now SME Transformation Summit 2024, Central Secretariat Service Officer, appointed Joint Secretary in Senior Administrative Grade, engages in MSME and green energy conferences as well, works to strengthen MSME's contribution to India's economic development and sustainability. Let's all put our hands together and welcome Ms. Mercy Pao. And now it gives me great pleasure to welcome Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, a global healthcare leader, entrepreneur, and humanitarian, serving as Joint Managing Director of Apollo Hospitals, Asia's largest healthcare group. Past President of FICCI, Honorary Consul of Brazil in Hyderabad, member of World Economic Forum, leads health tech advancement in AI, IoT, data analytics, drones, and blockchains. She's been awarded as Honorary Doctorate from Macquarie University, Australia, for transformative contributions to healthcare. Thank you, Madam. Thank you so much for joining us. And I now take the pleasure and honor to welcome the President, Mahila Dakshita Samiti of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh states, Dr. Saroj Bajaj. Being mindful of her mission to empower young ladies and help them lead independent lives through education, she has left no stone unturned to benefit society. Her zeal to educate women and make them valuable citizens has been her life's motivation. She's always wished that girls should be educated because they would have the responsibility of their whole family. It is important to highly educate them. Girls should have moral values, which are another crucial aspect, as education focusing on moral values can reduce societal crime. Indeed, she is a role model for all the young minds for years to come. Welcome, Dr. Saroj Bajaj. I also take the pleasure to welcome Meghana Jupalli, a visionary leader in real estate, education, healthcare, and entertainment. She has been into healthcare and education-led development of JIMS Homeopathy College, Yashoda Nursing College, and 20 lakh SFT Yashoda Hospitals facility during COVID-19. Infrastructure development spearheaded by My Home Avatar and My Home Bhuja, transforming 37 million SFT of Hyderabad skyline. She's been awarded, featured in the Forbes Top Visionary Leader 2024, Entrepreneur of the Year 2024, Education Leader of the Year. A hearty and a warm welcome, Meghna. And may I now welcome Ms. Sita Palachola, CEO VHub. Sita is a startup and technology enthusiast, entrepreneur, fashion designer, healthcare specialist, committed to sustainability and community building. Please welcome Ms. Sita. All right. And Honorable Governor and Honorable Minister will join us shortly. I also take the pleasure to invite Madam Lalita Alluri, National President, to join us on stage, and also National Secretary Jyotsna Cheruvu and Board of Director Uma Gurkha Garu onto the stage to join us. 20 years journey of Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs. To give us more insights, founder director Uma Gurkha is on stage to speak a few lines about 20 years journey of COVE. Madam Uma Gurkha, may I invite you to tell us about this beautiful audio visual coming up.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, So honorable dignitaries on the dais, Madam Surekha Garu, Dr. Saroj Bajaj, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, Meghna ji, and Miss Mercy, our president, our secretary. The six of us got together to form Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs 20 years back. We are all first-generation entrepreneurs, and the simple reason we came together is we felt we were the fortunate lot to have got support and all the needed backing to do what we were doing. And it felt like it is our responsibility to take forward our women folk, give them the support which many of them may not get at home. And that's the vision was empower women, and through entrepreneurship, since we were entrepreneurs. There have been lots of things over the 20 years that we have done. I'm not going to elaborate much. Just tell you broadly the areas that we work in. We work to bring awareness, skilling, marketing support, networking, infrastructure facilities, advocacy with the government, and we've tried to cover almost every area that is needed for a woman to be able to take forward her business, or for a homemaker who wishes to become an entrepreneur one day. Not going beyond this, the only other thing I want to add is we have done it through a lot of programs over 20 years, and we have easily touched the lives of about 10,000 women, maybe more, in different ways. I'll stop there, because talking of a journey of 20 years in a short time is just not possible. So I have a video to present to you for 7 minutes. Can we get the video started? Bhargavi, the video has to start. Jyotsna, can I have the video started, please? Yeah. Thank you.
Empowering women entrepreneurs, strengthening businesses, creating a legacy of success. This is the journey of COVE, the Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs. COVE was inaugurated on 22nd November 2004 by the then Chief Minister, Dr. Y.S. Rajashekara Reddy, with a vision to uplift women in business. COVE marked its presence with the GTEx 2007, a seminar on women in IT, which showcased COVE's tech-forward vision from day one. This was in association with the government of Andhra Pradesh and had distinguished speakers like the Provost of MIT Boston. ZDH Sequa played a key role in COVE's formative years, facilitating international visits to Australia, Egypt, Malaysia, and Sri Lanka, where MOUs were forged with Business Away and 5 Southern women business organizations pledged to collaborate. The COVE Trade Carnivals and Business Women Expo conducted till 2020 became a launch pad for women-led businesses. These were supported by MSME, NSIC, and SBI. A 20-member trade delegation to China under the International Trade Cooperation Scheme opened global doors, leading to an MOU with WeConnect. Over 30 members showcased their businesses in exhibitions across Johannesburg, Spain, Greece, the US, Mexico City, Slovenia, and Turkey, with the support of NSIC. Recognizing our work, 30 acres land was allotted for an exclusive industrial park. The Bhumi Puja was done by Dr. Geeta Reddy in 2008 and the first unit inaugurated in 2011. Confident of our potential, the Department of MSME, Government of India, appointed COWE as a member on their board in 2008, and NSIC signed an MOU with COWE, the only organization to take their schemes to the grassroots level in 2009. Now was time to spread our wings, and the first chapter was launched in Karnataka in 2012, followed by Delhi, UP, Uttarakhand, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and Andhra Pradesh in 2013-14, Rajasthan and Maharashtra in 2016, Gujarat 2020, and Haryana in 2024, making a strong presence with 12 active chapters. The launch of Young COWE in 2013 led to many MOUs with colleges, inculcating a culture of entrepreneurship while at college. COWE organized walkathons in 2013 and 14 and initiated the Excellence Awards in 2014, a prestigious annual recognition for outstanding women. Identifying talent and directing it towards entrepreneurship has been COWE's forte. Programs like Rasoi Queens, 5 seasons across Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Punjab, Delhi, West Bengal, and Paushtik in over 10 districts of AP and Telangana identified and motivated talented homemakers to become entrepreneurs. Gujarat's Juice Cart project helped street vendors transform into dignified business owners with SIDBI and IIM Ahmedabad support. In 2015, COWE was named the Best Business Association by FTA-PCI. Adapting to COVID-19, Virtual COWE Mart connected women entrepreneurs nationwide from Andamans to Leh. COWE skilling them with photography, social media, and online banking skills. Another program during the COVID time was conducting 42 webinars that educated women on industry trends, Stand Up India, and linked them to bankers. As an implementation partner for Stand Up India, COWE published an e-book launched by Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharamanji. COWE was the only women organization to participate in the GOI budget webinar in the esteemed presence of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Post-COVID, COWE resumed physical exhibitions with Jaipur Bazaar in Jaipur, Nari Swavalamb Sashakt in Ahmedabad, and COWE marts across Telangana, AP, Uttar Pradesh, and Delhi. COWE goes beyond businesses. Its Haldi Cluster initiative is empowering 500 tribal women farmers through technology and training supported by MSME. Under the Aveksha project, COWE has set up 18 free creches benefiting about 400 underprivileged children of women workers in industry and construction with the support from SIDBI and My Home. Through Strive, a World Bank initiative, COWE facilitates 10th grade students with training and placements. The IGSSP, a GIZ initiative, promotes green skills for women. Under the Manage scheme, COWE is building entrepreneurs through agri-clinics. And the STEM program fosters entrepreneurship by mentoring women from ideation to execution. From a vision in 2004 to a powerful movement today, Covey continues to inspire, empower, and lead women entrepreneurs towards success. Together, we grow. Together, we thrive.
That was the journey of Covey, ladies and gentlemen. How is the Josh? Can we have more energy, please? That's wonderful. On that note, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our Honorable Minister for Forest, Environment and Endowments, Telangana State, Madam Surekha Garini మాట్లాడవలసిందిగా సవినయంగా కోరుతున్నాం.
ముందు అందరికీ నమస్కారం. ఈ కోవే ఇంటర్నేషనల్ 2025 సెమినార్కి నన్ను ఆహ్వానించిన పెద్దలందరికీ, వేదిక మీద కూర్చున్న మరి నా తోటి సోదరిమణులకి, ఇక్కడ విచ్చేసినటువంటి ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్కి, ఇంకా ఇతర ప్రముఖులందరికీ నా హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారం. ముఖ్యంగా ఇందులో పార్టిసిపేట్ చేస్తున్నటువంటి గవర్నర్ గారు రావాల్సి ఉంది. And Honorable Minister Sridhar Babu Garu is also going to come. Srimati Mercy Ipao, Joint Secretary, MSME, Government of India. Sri Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary, is also going to come, IT and Industry. Srimati Lalita Alori, National President of Covey, India. Distinguished guests, women entrepreneurs and students. It is my great privilege to be a part of the Women's International Summit of Entrepreneurship and B2B Expo 2025, a celebration of women's entrepreneurial spirit and contribution to our society. Telangana's people government, under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Sri A. Revanth Reddy Garu, is committed to create an inclusive and empowering ecosystem where women entrepreneurs thrive and lead the state's economic growth. Women have always been backbone of our society, from our historic icons like Rani Rudramadevi to the thousands of women entrepreneurs shaping the economic landscape today. The empowerment of women is not just a matter of social justice, it is a catalyst for economic development. Our forming SHG women into wealth creators through the Indira Mahila Shakti program. This flagship program will enable 1 lakh crore in bank linkages over 5 years with a vision to create 1 lakh women crore-pities. Interest-free loan to SHGs. Loan without interest, we are giving loan to SHG groups. Establishment of Indira Mahila Shakti Bazaars. Skill development and capacity building programs. Integration of SHG products with e-commerce platforms. Custom hiring centers for agriculture implements. SHG managed Mahila canteens, mini supermarkets and generic medical shops. SHG based micro enterprises. Our SHG women are leading enterprises in mini dairy units, handlooms and ready-made garments, food processing units, mother poultry units, agri-commodity marketing and custom hiring centers. Apart from, Telangana government has launched several flagship programs to empower women entrepreneurs. Here are some of the key initiatives. We have India's first state-led incubator for women entrepreneurs, providing access to funding, mentorship and resources. We have aims to promote and foster women entrepreneurship by offering incubation, access to government schemes and building a collaborative ecosystem. T-IDEA, State Telangana Industrial Development and Entrepreneur Advancement Intensive Scheme, offers various incentives including stamp duty, reimbursement, land cost rebate, interest subsidy and seed capital for first generation entrepreneurs. Telangana Women's Cooperative Development Corporation, Telangana Women's Cooperative Development Corporation, established to empower rural women through vocational training, marketing facilities and working women's hostels. Special assistance to women entrepreneurs. The state government provides incentives including additional investment subsidies to women entrepreneurs, especially those from socially deprived categories. Additionally, Telangana is enabling women SHGs, self-help groups, to venture into solar power plants, IT services and logistics, opening new avenues for sustainable livelihood. COVE, a partner in empowerment. I commended the Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs, COVE, for its 2 decades of remarkable work in fostering women entrepreneurship across India. With over 1,800 members in 12 states, COVE has empowered women through training, mentorship and entrepreneurship development programs. Their contribution in developing women-specific industrial estates, skill trainings and grassroots mentorship has created transformative opportunities for women entrepreneurs. The stories of women in Telangana state are a testament to how women's entrepreneurship is reshaping our society. We need to build a network where women support women, mentoring and collaborating for mutual growth. As we stand on the cusp of a new era of women's entrepreneurship, the Telangana government reaffirms its commitment to supporting women as leaders, innovators and wealth creators. I congratulate COVE India on its 20-year journey and wish all the participants of WISE 2025 great success. Together, let us create a future where women empowerments become the cornerstone of Telangana's economic growth. Thank you. నాకు కొంత ఇంగ్లీషు ఇబ్బందికరం, ఎందుకంటే నేను తెలుగులో చదివాను. ఇక్కడ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ లెవెల్లో అవుతుంది కాబట్టి ఐ వాంట్ టు రీడ్ ఇన్ ఇంగ్లీష్. అది ఉంటే మన్నించండి. నిజంగా ఈరోజు ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని నన్ను ఆహ్వానించినందుకు వేదిక మీద ఉన్న పెద్దలందరికీ కూడా హృదయపూర్వకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటా ఉన్నాను. ఇప్పుడున్న రోజులలో ఒక భర్త పని చేస్తే కుటుంబం గడవనటువంటి పరిస్థితి, భార్యాభర్తలు ఇద్దరూ పని చేస్తే కానీ వాళ్ళ పిల్లలను వాళ్ళ సంసారాన్ని ముందుకు తీసుకుపోయేటువంటి పరిస్థితి. కానీ పూర్వం వంటింటి వరకే మహిళ, బట్టిని గడప దాటకూడదు మహిళ అనే పద్ధతిలో ఆ రోజు మహిళలను బయటికి రానిచ్చేవాళ్ళు కాదు. కానీ ఈరోజు మహిళలు పురుషులతో సమానంగా అన్ని రంగాలు కూడా దాటి ఇంకా ముందుకు వెళ్తున్నారు అని చెప్పడంలో ఎక్కడా కూడా అతిశయోక్తి లేరు. ఈరోజు విలియం సునీత, ఆమెను రోజు నేను న్యూస్లో చూస్తూ ఉంటాను. ఆమె ఎప్పుడు ఇంకా మన భూమి మీదకి వస్తుందా అని చెప్పేసి ఇన్ని నెలల నుంచి ఆమె వెళ్ళి అక్కడ అంతరిక్షంలో ఉంది అంటే ఇట్స్ నాట్ ఏ జోక్. ఆమె నడక కూడా మర్చిపోయి ఉంటుంది. మన ఇక్కడ మన జనజీవన మన జీవన విధానం ఎలా ఉంటుందో కూడా మర్చిపోయి ఉంటుంది. అంటే షీ డిడ్ ఏ అడ్వాంటేజ్ దేనికోసం, దేశం కోసం ఒక అడ్వాంటేజ్ చేసింది ఒక మహిళ అంటే ఇట్స్ నాట్ ఏ జోక్. ఈరోజు ఆ రోజైతే మనం కేవలం లేవడం, వండడం, భర్తకి పెట్టడం, పిల్లలను చూసుకోవడం, ఇల్లు సవరించుకోవడం ఇంతవరకే మనకు సాధ్యమయ్యేది. ఆ తర్వాత అత్తమామకు సేవలు చేయడం. నాకు తెలిసి నేను 1995లో పాలిటిక్స్లోకి వచ్చాను. అప్పుడు నేను మండల్ పరిషత్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ని. అప్పుడు ఒక మండల్ వరకే నేను ప్రాతినిధ్యం వహించేదాన్ని. గ్రామాలలోకి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఆడపిల్లలు, చిన్నవాళ్ళు, వాళ్ళకంటే చిన్న పిల్లల్ని పట్టుకొని ఇంటి దగ్గరే ఉండేవాళ్ళు. వాళ్ళని చూసి నన్ను అదే అనుకునేదాన్ని, స్కూల్కి వెళ్ళే పిల్లలు వీళ్ళు ఇంట్లో ఎందుకున్నారు అని చెప్పి వాళ్ళ పేరెంట్స్ని నేను అడిగేదాన్ని, ఏమ్మా పిల్లల్ని ఎందుకు, పాపల్ని స్కూల్కి పంపిస్తలేవు అంటే వాళ్ళు చెప్పిన సమాధానం ఏంటంటే, అమ్మ వీళ్ళని చదివించాలి, వీళ్ళని 10వ తరగతి వరకు చదివిస్తే 10 కంటే ఎక్కువ చదివిన వాళ్ళని పెళ్లి చేయాలి, అంతకంటే ఎక్కువ చదివిస్తే అంతకంటే ఎక్కువ చదివిన వాళ్ళని పెళ్లి చేయాలి, ఎంత ఎక్కువ చదివిన వాళ్ళని పెళ్లి చేస్తే అంత ఎక్కువ కట్నం ఇవ్వాల్సి వస్తుంది, ఒకవేళ అంత కట్నం ఇచ్చి పెళ్లి చేసినా కూడా ఈ అమ్మాయిని చదివించి ఉద్యోగం వచ్చినా కూడా ఆమె రేపు వెళ్తే అత్తగారింటికి వెళ్ళి ఆ వచ్చిన జీతం డబ్బులు అత్తగారికి ఇస్తుంది కానీ మాకు ఇవ్వదు కదా, అందుకే అమ్మాయిని ఎందుకు చదివించాలని మాట్లాడేవాళ్ళు. కానీ రాను రాను వాళ్ళల్లో ఒక అవగాహన వచ్చి, ఎందుకంటే పెళ్ళిళ్ళు కూడా సరిగా నిలబట్టం లేదు, ఏ టైం వరకు వాళ్ళు జర్నీ చేయగలుగుతారో తెలియట్లేదు. ఒక్కొక్కరు వితిన్ 1 మంత్లో కూడా డివోర్స్ తీసుకొని వెళ్ళిపోతున్న సందర్భాలు ఉన్నాయి. అటువంటప్పుడు ఆడపిల్లలు వచ్చి తల్లిగారి ఇంట్లో ఉండడం అనేది ఎంత బాధాకరమో ఆలోచించండి. కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు ఈ జనరేషన్లో ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ కూడా అబ్బాయిల కంటే అమ్మాయిలకే ఎక్కువ ప్రిఫరెన్స్ ఇచ్చి అమ్మాయిలనే ఎక్కువగా చదివించాలనే అటువంటి ఆలోచనతో ముందుకెళ్తూ ఉన్నారు. అమ్మాయిలు కూడా అదే పద్ధతిలో బాగా చదువుకొని వాళ్ళ కాళ్ళ మీద వాళ్ళు నిలబడి వాళ్ళలో వాళ్ళు కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ లెవెల్స్ బిల్డప్ చేసుకొని, మాకు భవిష్యత్తులో మేమున్నాము, మాకెవరు అవసరం లేదు, హస్బెండ్ మంచిగా ఉంటే జీవితం సాఫీగా నడిస్తే అది ఓకే. ఒకవేళ జీవితంలో ఏమైనా మరి ఎదురైతే తప్పనిసరి పరిస్థితుల్లో విడాకులు లాంటివి తీసుకుంటే కూడా తల్లిదండ్రులు వాళ్ళ పిల్లల్ని కూడా తల్లి తన పిల్లల్ని కూడా పోషించుకొని చదివించే స్తోమత కలిగి ఉంటుంది ఈ రోజుల్లో. కాబట్టి ఆ విధంగా ఉండడం అనేది ఒక మహిళకు ఈ రోజుల్లో చాలా అవసరం. కాబట్టి మనం మహిళలుగా నాట్ ఓన్లీ ఏదో చదువుతూ ఉన్నాము, ఉద్యోగం చేస్తూ ఉన్నాము అనేదానికంటే కూడా మనము వ్యాపారం చేయడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయం. ఎందుకంటే ఈరోజు మనం ఒకసారి ఫోన్ ఓపెన్ చేసి చూస్తే ఆన్లైన్లో ఎంతమంది ఇళ్లల్లో కూర్చొని వాళ్ళ వ్యాపారాలు నడుపుతున్నారో మనం చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఆన్లైన్లో శారీ బిజినెస్ కానీ, జ్యువెలరీ బిజినెస్ కానీ ఏ ఒక్కటి చూసినా కూడా మహిళలే ఎక్కువగా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేస్తూ ఈరోజు వాళ్ళ ఒక ఫ్యామిలీకి ఫైనాన్షియల్గా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉన్నారు. కాబట్టి ఈరోజు మళ్ళీ మగపిల్లల విషయానికి వచ్చినప్పుడు కూడా మన కనీస హిందూ ధర్మ ప్రకారం తల్లి కానీ తండ్రి కానీ చనిపోతే తప్పనిసరిగా అబ్బాయిలు ఉండాలి. కానీ ఈరోజు ఫారెన్ కంట్రీస్లో బ్రతకడానికని వెళ్ళి తల్లి కానీ తండ్రి కానీ చనిపోతే ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారో మనం చూస్తూనే ఉన్నాం. వాట్సాప్లలో తల్లిదండ్రుల దహన క్రియలు చూసేటువంటి దౌర్భాగ్యపు పరిస్థితి ఈరోజు ఈ సమాజంలో ఉంది అంటే మనం ఎక్కడికి వెళ్తున్నామో ఒక్కసారి ఆలోచించండి. ఓల్డ్ ఏజ్ హోమ్స్కి వెళ్తే నేను చూస్తూ ఉంటాను, కొన్ని టీవీలో వాళ్ళ ఇంటర్వ్యూస్ పెడతారు. పెట్టినప్పుడు వాళ్ళ మనోవేదన బయటకు చెప్తూ ఉంటారు. వాళ్లకు ఆ వయసులో పిల్లా పాపలతో, కొడుకులతో, కోడళ్ళతో ఉండాలని ఉంటుంది. కానీ వీళ్ళు రోజు జాబ్ చేసే కారణంలో అత్తను మామను వాళ్ళను ఉంచుకోవడానికి ఇష్టపడరు. అదే వాళ్ళ తల్లి తండ్రిని వాళ్ళ తమ్ముళ్ళు అన్నలు ఉంచుకోకపోతే వాళ్ళతో గొడవ పడతారు. కానీ తన వరకు వచ్చే వరకు తన అత్తమామతో ఉండలేను అని భర్తతో గొడవ పడతారు. అంటే తన తల్లిదండ్రులకు ఒక న్యాయం, తన అత్తామామకు ఒక న్యాయం. అటువంటి ముసలి వాళ్ళని తీసుకెళ్ళి ఈరోజు ఓల్డ్ ఏజ్ హోమ్లో వేస్తే వాళ్ళ మానసిక పరిస్థితి ఏంటో ఒక్కసారి ఆలోచించండి. వాళ్ళంటూ లేనిది ఈరోజు మనం ఈ భూమి మీద ఉన్నామా, ఈరోజు ఈ స్టేజ్ వరకు రాగలిగామా అని చెప్పేసి ఒక్కసారి గుండెల మీద చెయ్యేసి ఆలోచించాల్సిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. దీనికి నేను ఒక చిన్న కథ చెప్తాను. అంటే ఒక కోడలు భార్యాభర్తలకు గొడవ అవుతుంది. గొడవ అవుతే తండ్రిని ఏం చేస్తాడంటే కొడుకు, నాన్న నా భార్యతో నేను పడలేకుండా ఉన్నాను, నిన్ను ఓల్డ్ ఏజ్ హోమ్లో వేస్తాను, అందులో ఉందువు కానీ నీకు మంచిగా అన్ని ఏర్పాట్లు చూసుకుంటారు అని స్కూటర్ మీద తీసుకొని వెళ్తూ ఉంటే అతను ఏడుస్తూ ఉంటాడు. అయినా కూడా ఏడవకు నాన్న, నేను వచ్చి చూస్తూ ఉంటాను అప్పుడప్పుడు అని చెప్పి అతన్ని తీసుకెళ్ళి ఆ ఓల్డ్ ఏజ్ హోమ్లోకి తీసుకుపోగానే అట్లా అందులో ఉన్నటువంటి మేనేజరో సమ్మన్ ఎవరో, సార్ మీరా, బాగున్నారా, ఎప్పుడు వచ్చారు అని చెప్పి మాట్లాడి ఎలా ఉన్నారు అని చెప్పినాక ఈ అబ్బాయి ఆయనను అప్పచెప్పేస్తే ఆయనను లోపలికి పంపిస్తారు. పంపించినాక ఈ అబ్బాయికి అనుమానం వస్తుంది, మా నాన్న ఎప్పుడు ఎక్కడికి బయటికి వెళ్ళాడే, ఈయన మా నాన్నని ఈయన ఎట్లా గుర్తుపట్టాడు అని చెప్పి ఆ మేనేజర్ని అడుగుతాడు, మీకు మా నాన్నగారు తెలుసా అండి అని. అడిగితే అతను చెప్తాడు, అదంటే ఓన్లీ నాట్ వృద్ధాశ్రమం, ఆర్ఫన్ హోమ్ ఆల్సో. అయితే కొన్ని సంవత్సరాల క్రితము ఇతను వచ్చి ఇప్పుడు ఎవరైతే తండ్రిని తీసుకొచ్చాడో ఆయన పేరు ఇక్బాల్ అనుకుందాం, ఇక్బాల్ అనే చిన్న పిల్లోడు మా అనాథాశ్రమంలో ఉంటే పెంచుకోవడానికి తీసుకెళ్ళాడు బాబు అని చెప్తాడు. అప్పుడు అతని మనసు ఒక కలచి వేస్తుంది, అంటే నన్ను అనాథగా ఉన్న అతన్ని పెంచి పెద్ద చేసిన నా తండ్రిని మళ్ళీ నేను తీసుకొచ్చి అనాథ, ఆయన మళ్ళీ బాధపడి తన తండ్రిని తీసుకొని వెనక్కి వెళ్తాడు. అంటే ఇటువంటి సంఘటనలు కోకొల్లలు. ఒకటే నేను నా యొక్క అభిప్రాయం, అంటే మా అత్తయ్యను మా మామయ్యను కూడా నేను బిడ్డనుగా ఉన్నప్పుడు మా ఇంట్లోనే పెట్టుకొని మేము చూసుకున్నాము. నేను కూడా ఈవెన్ మా మామయ్యకు గారికి స్నానం పోయించడం అటువంటి కార్యక్రమాలు కూడా చేశాను. మనం చెయ్యాలి. ఎందుకు అనంటే మనం వాళ్ళకు రుణపడి ఉన్నాము. ఈరోజు నేను కొండా సురేఖగా నేను ఇక్కడ నిలబడి ఉన్నాను అని అంటే దానికి కారణం నన్ను కన్న తల్లి, నన్ను కన్న తండ్రి, నన్ను పెంచిన తల్లిదండ్రులు, నన్ను చేసుకున్న భర్త, నాకు తోడుగా ఉన్నటువంటి అత్త, మామ, వాళ్ళ కుటుంబం. వీళ్ళెవరు సపోర్ట్ చెయ్యండి నేను ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ లేను. కాబట్టి అది ఎప్పుడు కూడా మన యొక్క పూర్వ పరిస్థితిని మర్చిపోకూడదు. మనం ఈరోజు ఈ స్టేజ్లో ఉన్నాం కదా అని చెప్పేసి మనం ఈగోయిజానికి అస్సలు పోకూడదు. నేనైతే ఎక్కడికి వచ్చినా కూడా నేను ఒక మినిస్టర్లా నేను ఫీల్ అవ్వను. ఇంటికి వెళ్తే లాగానే ఉంటాను, ఆ విధంగానే ఉంటాను. నాకు అదొక అలవాటు అయిపోయింది. కాబట్టి ఇది ఎప్పుడు కూడా మనకు శాశ్వతం కాదు. మనకు శాశ్వతం అనేది మన ఫ్యామిలీ, మన లైఫ్ అంతే. కాబట్టి ఇవి ఏవైతే వస్తుంటాయో, మీరు వ్యాపారం చేసినప్పుడు మీరు వెళ్తుండొచ్చు, ఒక హై లెవెల్కి వెళ్ళిపోతూ ఉండొచ్చు. బట్ ఏదో ఒక రోజు కొంతమంది అనుకోకుండా లాస్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోయి మరి జీరోకి వెళ్ళిపోతారు. అటువంటి పరిస్థితి మీకు రావచ్చు. అప్పుడు మిగతా వాళ్ళు ఏమనుకుంటారు తెలుసా, ఈమె ఆ లెవెల్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు అసలు ఆగిందా, ఎవరినైనా లెక్క చేసిందా, ఎవరినైనా పట్టించుకున్నదా, కానీ ఈ మనల్ని అపహాస్యం చేసేవాళ్ళు ఉంటారు. కాబట్టి మనం ఏ పొజిషన్లో ఉన్నా కూడా ఎప్పుడు కూడా మన మనస్తత్వం అనేది బ్యాలెన్స్డ్గా ఉండాలి. అందరినీ, పెద్దవాళ్ళను చిన్నవాళ్ళను అందరినీ కూడా సమాన దృష్టితో చూడాలి. మరి మన తల్లిదండ్రులను ప్రేమించాలి, అత్తమామలను గౌరవించాలని, పిల్లలకు మన యొక్క మమతను పంచాలి, వాళ్ళను మంచి పౌరులుగా తీర్చిదిద్దాలి. మన బిజినెస్ను కూడా మరి మంచిగా అభివృద్ధి చేసి ఒక మంచి పేరు తెచ్చుకొని మనం ఒక మంచి మహిళగా గుర్తింపు పొందడానికి అన్ని రకాలుగా మనం ప్రయత్నం చేయాలి అని తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, మరి ఇక్కడ పెద్దలను నేను ఒకటే రిక్వెస్ట్ చేశాను, నన్ను పిలిచినందుకు మీ దగ్గర నుంచి నేను ఒక లంచం అడుగుతా ఉన్నాను. లంచం అంటే నా నియోజకవర్గంలో మహిళలను మీరు అభివృద్ధి చేయాలి, దానికోసం మిమ్మల్ని రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉన్నాను. వాళ్లకు మీరు ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ ద్వారా కొంత మరి వాళ్ళకి డెవలప్మెంటల్ ఏవైనా యాక్టివిటీస్ కానీ, స్మాల్ స్కేల్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్ కానీ దయచేసి పెట్టించండి. మాదంతా కూడా అర్బన్ ఏరియా, వాళ్ళకి ఎక్కడ పనులు ఉండవు. కాబట్టి ఒకరోజు మీ అందరూ కూడా మా కాన్స్టిట్యున్సీకి వస్తే మీ ద్వారా ఒక కార్యక్రమాన్ని తీసుకొని మా నియోజకవర్గ మహిళల అభివృద్ధి కోసం మనం అందరం కూడా కృషి చేద్దామని తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, మరి ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి మొత్తం అందరికీ కూడా మెంబర్స్కి ప్లస్ చైర్మన్ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో అందరికీ నా యొక్క హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు. ఇక్కడికి విచ్చేసిన ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్స్ అందరికీ కూడా ప్రత్యేక ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ
థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. కోఫే తరఫు నుంచి లలిత గారిని, జ్యోత్స గారిని మేడంకి ఫెలిసిటేట్ చేయవలసిందిగా రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం. మే ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ Jyotsna Garu and Lalita to felicitate the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a quick fireside chat, and it gives me great pleasure to talk to our guests. I have few questions for them. Madam Mercy, so you being the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, as far as sustainability and digital securities are concerned, what kind of initiatives or policies and awareness is being conducted by the government?
Okay. Hello. Yeah, thank you. Very inspiring to hear the first session speakers. It has added to a lot of my knowledge. And so today, congratulations, Kowe, by the way, for arranging this beautiful conference where you call all the key stakeholders, knowledge partners, and champions in the industry, especially to handhold women entrepreneurs. We at the Ministry of MSME runs a whole lot of schemes, as you may be aware. And so for me to be able to speak all what we do at the ministry level, at the policy level, perhaps it may not be possible because of the time constraint and as we wait for our Governor, His Excellency. I know time is limited also. But there are several schemes that we do for frontier technologies as well, and for green and transition to green energy, and also sustainability. So if you are looking for some of these schemes that you would like to access, kindly look up the GIFT scheme and also the Z, Zero Effect, Zero Defect. I know Telangana is a very advanced state, one of the best state, I would say, as far as the MSME ecosystem is concerned. So knowledge as far as what we do at the Government of India level and also the very active state government, the schemes that I'm going to share may not be very new. But we do have ONDC. We are trying to onboard all our MSMEs on ONDC, and also we have a team scheme being launched that is to help the, and 50% of these benefits will be for women. And we want to also encourage all our MSMEs to get on to e-platform, e-commerce platform. So these are some of the things that we do. Digitalization is also one very big step that we are taking, and also helping our startups, especially in these frontier technologies also. And so kindly look up our ministry website, and we have different joint secretaries who are handling different verticals. We will be very happy to handhold, and should there be any support that you require from us, kindly email us and let us know how best we can help.
Absolutely, wonderful, ma'am. Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, welcome, ma'am. How are you, madam? So you representing the huge healthcare industry,
I got it.
and you being urban as well as rural, as far as healthcare is concerned. Where do you see the demand coming, and what kind of initiatives is Apollo taking, and your thoughts on this?
So, first of all, good morning and congratulations to COVID. 21 years is a tremendous time, and I really want to congratulate the founding team, the team that carried on, and those who want to feel free, give them a big hand. So, and as you all clap for them, what you are doing is clapping for yourselves, for men and women who stand up for the very important aspect of equality of women in labor force participation and in the economy. And you all know that there are significant gaps. We're at 32% in labor workforce participation when the world global average is actually at 53. We have a lot of catching up to do. But I'm really happy that we're here today. We're talking about a significant aspect, which is not one, but building an ecosystem. So I'm going to reserve my comments on women empowerment. I'm also co-chair of the web platform. During my term as FICCI, I worked with Flow to work on multiple initiatives, including the Women's Park, which you have in Sultanpur. We also worked on different areas and looking at, the previous panel. I don't want to talk about all the aspects of digital except to say two things. Number one is very important. And number two, you can begin your journey on digital learning today. Please log on to techequity.com. This platform was India's gift to women of the world during G20. We put it together with help from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It's a completely free platform. It has over 500 courses in 120 languages, and over 300,000, 3 lakh women have already benefited from this platform. Having said that, I think women and women development is definitely a passion, but healthcare has been my dedication for 40 years. And so thank you for that question. I think there's a lot to be done in healthcare. There are multiple areas, but number one, healthcare stands out in the context of women because it is the one place where women are almost 50% of the workforce. And that itself is a power. So please look at healthcare. The second very important aspect is that in the evolution and advancement of healthcare. So I'm happy that at Apollo Hospital, we have 56% representation of women in our workforce, but we also have 59% on our board. And that is an unprecedented thing because the legal regulation is only 33%, but our board has 56%. But the important thing now is in the evolution of healthcare. Many, many things are happening. There's digital healthcare, there's preventive healthcare, there's science and research in healthcare. Apollo is working across all these. While we have the high-end hospitals in cities, we also have hospitals in tier 2 and tier 3 towns because we know everyone needs care. We've partnered with the government in various areas. So we run primary healthcare centers for the government in partnership. We are among the largest telemedicine networks and becoming a telemedicine entrepreneur by adding this service into a common service center is a very good business stream. I think Shailaja and I have discussed this. This is an option I'm happy to throw open to women in MSME or women who want to start their entrepreneurship journey. This is a fireside chat and not a long speech, so I'm going to stop with this. But I just do want to say that in building the ecosystem, access to finance, empowerment and the right education, partnership, mentorship, and opportunities by networking with organizations like Kavi. Niti Aayog has the Women's Entrepreneurship Platform, which can help Kavi and other organizations also. Access to finance is something which we're pushing in the banking sector, that women should not be denied loans because women don't have assets on their name. The denial rate is very high. The last and I think probably one of the most important points is the mindset. Please go out there with the knowledge that you can make it happen. You have friends, The industry needs you. You can make it happen. And all of us are here to help in any way that you can. So all the very best to every single entrepreneur in this room. Think big.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am.
And of course, take care of your health. So
Health is the only wealth, as we keep saying. Right. Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you for that. Madam Saroj Bajaj, you are a veteran. You have initiated so many things: financial freedom, bank, junior college, nursing college. Then and now, this Gen Z's generation, what is the one change have you seen? Can you tell us about?
मैंने जब महिलाओं के लिए जर्नी शुरू की तो गाँव से शुरू की, छोटे छोटे गाँव से। बहुत छोटे छोटे गांव थे और आज से पहले 50 इयर्स लगभग पहले शुरू की थी मैंने। और जब मुझे लगता था कि गांव में जाने से लड़कियों की एजुकेशन बिल्कुल नहीं हो पा रही थी, और अभी भी बहुत उन्नति की है, तरक्की की है, सब कुछ किया है, सब फील्ड में है हमारी लड़कियां, सब लेडीज़ को हमें उनको कॉन्फिडेंस लाना है। जब तक उनके मन में कॉन्फिडेंस और विश्वास नहीं आएगा तब तक वो कुछ भी नहीं कर सकती, आत्मनिर्भर नहीं बन पाएंगी। तो इसके लिए सबसे पहले हमें एजुकेशन, शिक्षा के द्वारा हमें उनको आगे बढ़ाना है, अपने उनको जहाँ वो अपनी मन चाही उड़ान भर सकें एजुकेशन के द्वारा। तो एजुकेशन सबसे पहले ये कॉलेजेस शुरू किए, फिर उनको मुझे लगा कि अगर हम ये सेल्फ सफिशिएंट बनाना है, इनको इंडिपेंडेंट बनाना है, इनको पूरी तरह से अच्छे बिजनेस में अगर जाना चाहती हैं, इंडस्ट्री खोलना चाहती हैं या कुछ अपना करना चाहती हैं, तो उन्हें पैसे की भी ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि बिना उसके पैसे के नहीं कर पाएंगी। तो इसके लिए सबसे पहले, इसके बाद हमने अपनी बैंक खोली, राजा राजेश्वरी महिला कोऑपरेटिव बैंक, जहाँ महिलाओं को छोटे छोटे लोन दे करके और उनको उनके जहाँ हमारे लोगों की काउंसलिंग करने के लिए भी, कॉलेज में भी काउंसलिंग करने के लिए एक डिपार्टमेंट बनाया हुआ है, और बैंक में भी कि किस तरह से वो अपने छोटे लोन लेकर के और आगे की जर्नी शुरू कर सकती हैं। तो मुझे कहने में बहुत अधिक खुशी हो रही है, प्रसन्नता हो रही है इस बात की कि अब तक कम से कम 1000 से 1200 हम महिलाओं को अपने पाँव पर खड़ा कर सके हैं। और यहाँ ही जर्नी ख़त्म नहीं होती इंडिया में, भारतवर्ष में, बल्कि विदेशों में भी लड़कियाँ जा रही हैं, वहाँ पर भी हमारी नर्सेज जा रही हैं। संगीता जी को पता है, संगीता जी देख करके भी आई हैं हमारे कॉलेज, और संगीता जी का मेरा साथ मुझे लगता है कि शायद 35-40 वर्ष से बराबर कंटिन्यू मेरी जर्नी के विषय में उनको पता है। तो मैं आज कोवी को मैं बहुत बहुत अधिक बधाई देना चाहती हूँ और उनको धन्यवाद भी देना चाहती हूँ कि जो उन्होंने मुझे इस अवसर पर बुलाया और मुझे आप सबसे मिलने का मौका दिया। लेकिन अधिक न बोल पाऊँगी क्योंकि अभी हमारे गवर्नर साहब भी आने वाले हैं, तो सभी जो आयोजक हैं मुझे लग रहा है कि सब जल्दी में ही हैं, तो मैं आयोजकों को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देती हूँ और आगे बढ़ने के लिए, और भी दिन प्रतिदिन उन्नति के शिखर की ओर बढ़ती जाएं, और ये अपनी दिन प्रतिदिन ऊंचाई के शिखर पर जिस तरह से हिमालय होता है उस तरह से आगे बढ़ती जाए। और दीदी नहीं तो आने वाले तो हैं ना, तो आपको व्यवस्था तो करनी होगी ना, 5 मिनट पहले तो व्यवस्था, अभी इनको भी बोलना है ना। हाँ, तो मैं अपनी बात ख़त्म करते हुए संक्षिप्त में अपनी बात ख़त्म करती हूँ, और सब आप लोगों को बधाई भी देती हूँ इतने सुंदर कार्यक्रम के लिए, आयोजकों को, साथ में प्रेस को भी। ये प्रेस यहाँ करके सब कवरेज बहुत अच्छा दे रहे हैं। तो पुनः फिर हम अगर मौका लगा तो अपने सब मिलेंगे कोवी के साथ। कोवी के मेंबर्स का मुझे पता है कि कोवी बहुत ही कट और निष्ठावान है, जो भी कार्य करते हैं उससे बड़ा परफेक्शन होता है। खासतौर से मैंने उमा जी को तो देखा है, और एक यहाँ पर निधि भी बैठी, निधि तोशनीवाल जी भी हैं, मधु त्यागी जी भी हैं, कुछ लोगों से मेरा परिचय और मैं उनके विषय में बहुत अच्छी तरह से जानती भी हूँ। तो उन सबको भी बहुत बहुत बधाई, और मैं अपने संक्षिप्त में अपनी बात ख़त्म करती हूँ।
थैंक यू मैडम, थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और कैन आई रिक्वेस्ट मेघना Jupalli, you being in education and infrastructure industry, over the period, what kind of changes are you seeing and what kind of initiatives, being that now we are eco-friendly, green buildings are coming up, Can you throw some light on that?
So I would say, firstly, I'm a founder of my schools. And with respect to real estate and infrastructure, I'm going to shed a little light a little later. So I would like to take the line of building the ecosystem, right? So it starts from school, it starts from home. So at Meru International Schools, what we have currently done is we have ensured that the entrepreneurship skill within children is always kindled and there is a way forward. So we have started something called as Meru Pravinya, where we've had at least over the past 3 years 600 pitch decks, out of which 70% were women or girl-led teams, right? Look at the initiative. I'm not gender biased as a person, obviously, but what I'm trying to say is, how come when it comes to grades, schools, participation, you see most of the time the number, the candidates, the ranks are with the women. When it comes to a workforce, or when it comes to employment, or when it comes to entrepreneurship, the numbers dwindle. It's very simple. Women are meant to take on different roles at a later point of time. So I would say the rise of women is not the fall of men, because men have put me on this stage. I give great credit to my father, Dr. G.S. Rao, Yashoda Hospitals, and to my father-in-law, Mr. Rameshwara Jupalli, my home group, to enable me to do so, or to do whatever I could to my potential, even after my marriage, or even without considering my gender. So what I would urge everybody here is to say, take everybody along, right? And as Mrs. Sangeeta Reddy Garu said, her board is 53% women. That has happened because of her father, correct? The founder and the promoter. Great man, visionary, right? The same thing goes for me as well. So in terms of equality, I think it starts with you women sitting here, because you're raising men and women. You're raising men and women, correct? So it starts about how you raise your men correctly. How you ask and put forward your rights, correct? It starts from there. And the next part, with respect to infrastructure and with respect to how at school we are imparting the education of sustainability, at Meru we have a separate topic called sustainability. We've dedicated 2 periods per week, because that's the way we can build a conscious society. And with respect to real estate and infrastructure, at the My Home Construction Groups, we are a platinum rated company. We believe in eco-conscious products. Governor Garu is here. We'll talk a little later. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives us immense pleasure to welcome our Honorable Governor Shri Jishnudev Varmaji. On behalf of COVE, we take the pleasure to welcome our Honorable Governor. Distinguished politician from Tripura, former Deputy Chief Minister of the state, Northeastern Council Advisory Committee, who played a key role in shaping regional policies. Commitment to tribal development, education, health and cultural preservation, Shri Jishnudev Varmaji, our Honorable Governor. It gives us great pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. May I request everybody to please rise for the national anthem. Stand.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. On that note, may I request our Honorable Governor to light the lamp and begin the proceedings. I request the board members also to kindly join onto the stage, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. On that note, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Alluri Lalita, postgraduate from Delhi University and later joined as Managing Director of Balaji Scan Private Limited, a reputed offset printing area. With A-class printer certification, with 25 years of experience, having more than 850 clients all over India, she visited many countries to participate in printing exhibitions. She is associated with BNI, Rotary, Premalayam, I Go Green Foundation, and she joined COVE in 2004 and served many posts. She was President of Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs of India, Telangana chapter. Under her dynamic leadership, 128 new members joined and did many innovative programs, and the members and promoted entrepreneurship through skill training, marketing support, financial support, and many more. In her term, she has empowered more than 3,000 ladies. Now she is COVE India National Secretary. She's a great philanthropist. She supported SOS Children Village, CRY, Premalayam, Helpage India, Akshay Patra, Devnar School of Blind, and she's also adopted 3 orphan children from SOS Village. From her own trust, Jayalakshmi Foundation, she's supporting women and children for their health and education, environment protection, plantation, restoration of lakes, temples, water harvesting, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to the Best Entrepreneur of the Decade by COVE, and she's also received from Goa Governor Great Leaf Award by Kodak, received at Germany, Rashtriya Nirman Ratan Award, and Rashtriya National Achievers Recognition Forum, Delhi. May I request Lalita Alluri to give the welcome address.
Honorable dignitaries, esteemed guests, and visionary entrepreneurs, a warm welcome to WISE 2025, Women's International Summit and B2B Expo, a platform dedicated to empowering women entrepreneurs and fostering global opportunities. We are honored to have with us distinguished leaders who have been instrumental in driving economic and industrial growth. I extend a special welcome to our chief guest, Honorable Governor Garu, Sri Jishnu Dev Varma ji, whose presence strengthens our mission. Our sincere gratitude to Sri Konda Sureka Garu, Minister for Environment Forest, for her support towards entrepreneurship and sustainability. So, I welcome Sangeeta Reddy Garu from Apollo and Meghana ji from My Home Groups and Saroj Bajaj ji from President Mahila Dakshata Samiti. A warm and our director Uma Gurkha ji, a warm welcome to this occasion. I welcome our sponsors and partners, MSME, My Home Groups, SIDBI, SBI, NABARD, UFG Labs, NMDC, Sriram Finance, CARE Hospitals, Apollo Hospitals, Finvesco, SERP, MTAR, and TV5, whose support has made this event possible. I also extend gratitude to all the buyers participating in our B2B Expo, fostering collaboration with our, I also welcome Merci Pauji, Joint Secretary, MSME, to this occasion. And WISE 2025 aims to create new partnership, innovative solutions, and policy recommendations. It will drive connections between the entrepreneurs, investors, and industry leaders, promote capacity building and skill development, and enhance access to sustainable technologies. COVI has empowered over 2 lakh women entrepreneurs over the past 20 years, bringing gaps in the market access, finance, and business development. Our initiatives, including women-specific industrial estates, Spurti, and micro-cluster development at a district level in all the states, Aveksha daycare centers, and the upcoming kitchen and food incubators at district level, continue to drive women-led entrepreneurship. Our vision is to expand COVI across all states, reaching 10,000 registered members, support 20+ micro-clusters, and establish women-specific industrial zones in 5 states. With corporate partnership, incubator tie-ups, and integration with the key government schemes like RAMP, we aim to strengthen women-led businesses nationwide. As we embark to this transformative journey over the next 2 days, let us seize opportunities, explore financial linkages, embrace technology, and create sustainable growth. WISE 2025 is not just an event, it is a moment. Let WISE 2025 be remarkable for sparks, deals signed, partnerships forged, and dreams ignited. The world awaits for you all. Thank you. Jai Hind. Jai COVI.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much. And it gives us great pleasure to welcome Mr. Gareth Wynne Owen, British Deputy High Commission, Hyderabad. Thank you so much for joining us. And on that note, let me introduce Jyotsna Chervu, National Secretary, an MBA in HR and a behavioral trainer. Jyotsna has more than 2 decades of experience as an entrepreneur. Her company, CMAC India, is into manufacturing of vertical material handling construction equipment used for carrying men and material for high-rise constructions like construction lifts, hoists, and many more. CMAC is one of its kind manufacturing unit in entire Telangana under Make in India, serving more than 300+ top-class infra and manufacturing companies and working with global partners. She has an experiential learning of what it takes to build successful organizations. She's very passionate about promoting entrepreneurship among women and youth and is initiator of conducting various workshops and training programs for entrepreneurship development. She's awarded the Best Entrepreneur by COVI for the year 2014 and 15 and recipient of prestigious Vishwakarma Award for the year 2016. She is currently an advisory board of Construction Infrastructure Development Council, a Niti Aayog wing. Madam Jyotsna would now tell us about COVI 2025.
Honorable Governor of Telangana, Shri Vishnudev Vermaji, other dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, my COVI sisters, and other entrepreneurs and students. Namaskaram to all of you. On behalf of COVE, it gives me an immense pleasure as well as pride to be part of this prestigious global conference, WISE 2025. The theme for WISE 2025 is Sustainability and Emerging Technologies. And these are increasingly interconnected, as it's only the innovations that will help us address the present environmental and social challenges we all as a world are facing. As say every citizen, it's everybody's responsibility to take care of the sustainability of the place we live in. But as entrepreneurs, our responsibility doubles. We have to do businesses which have to be more sustainable. At the same time, for scaling up of our businesses, we need to use the latest technology that is available across. Hence, the vision and the objective for WISE 2025 is to focus more on MSME sectors at large and MSME-led women entrepreneurs at a very micro level. And we wanted to create a platform for learning and also to understand the various tools that are available across the globe. So we have called many global speakers also to share their experiences and stories so that we know what kind of technologies are across. And while designing the theme, we have kept three things majorly in our mind. One is existing entrepreneurs who are doing their business and are very busy doing their businesses, but there is a scope for them to scale up, there is a scope for them to improve their businesses by adapting to the new technologies. I understand, as an SME owner, I understand we are all too busy running our businesses, but when it comes to developing our businesses and scaling them up, we give very less time. So these are the conferences that help us to focus and learn what are the new things that are available. And I'm so grateful so many women entrepreneurs could come out of their operational routines and come and listen to this. And then we are also focusing on other SMEs where people in COVE, they keep asking us, we have some business set and we want to diversify into new business areas. So now the whole world is looking at sustainability as a solution. So we are looking at how many opportunities are there across the globe for diversifying into sustainable business opportunities. And then third is Young COVE, where we are working with many entrepreneurship development cells of many colleges. There are many startups. Even so many women come and say, we want to do something. For all such kind of people also, we invite them into this conference to explore more and more opportunities where you can start up. And now all startups have to look for sustainable solutions which give us social, economic and environmental solutions. So that's where we have kept the objectives. Now, 2 minutes I will take on exploring into the sessions that are there in the 2 days. Now the whole world is running towards use and throw. So we wanted to introduce the concept of circular economy. So reduce, redesign, repair and reuse. So that's the kind recycling. So that's where one of the sessions is aimed at knowing what kind of businesses are available, what kind of opportunities are there, how do we enhance our own businesses. And then when it also comes to, there is an ecosystem built all around us, which is by most central government as well as the state government. They are providing so many infrastructure facilities, so many incubators. But then what is happening to the startups post these incubators? So that's also another session which we are going to discuss. Post incubation, where are these people and how do we support as an ecosystem? So that's also there, and we have some policy makers also coming in into these discussions. And of course the digital transformations and sustainability, all these are there. And then another topic which we wanted to introduce or think about is global to rural. To stop the migration of rural people to urban areas and to give this technology back to them at their own roots. So that's the way we can make entrepreneurs develop more and more in rural areas. At the same time, develop a strong supply chain system that will help the rural entrepreneurs to go global. So that's where we want to resolve the problem which is faced for many of us. So to help in the reverse migration, we are also having sessions which are called as global to rural, because when we named this, many people said it's rural to global. We said no. This time we are focusing on how to bring global back to the rural areas and lead our rural areas into more and more enterprising and more wealthier. So that's one of the concepts. So with these all kinds of concepts and with the support of many partners with us who have been there in the ecosystem, we dare to start this 2 days conference. And thanks to all the speakers who have come across the borders, who made this day possible. So I request all the entrepreneurs, stay focused for the 2 days, have a happy learning, and we also provided spaces for networking. And then we have the B2B opportunity, where there are many big companies, PSUs, MNCs, and other companies which are coming in, telling you directly what is their vendor registration process. So we request you all to please make use of this, because individually a person going to Apollo or individually a person going to railways is not possible. But here is an opportunity where you can walk into the hall, you can do the vendor registration and make best use of your branding, promoting your businesses. So once again, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to host this event to MSME, and thank you one and all. Happy learning.
Thank you, Jyotsna. Thank you very much. On that note, it gives me great pleasure to invite Mr. Gareth Wynne Owen, British Deputy High Commission, Hyderabad, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much. And apologies, I was delayed slightly. It's an honour to be on the stage with the Honourable Governor and friends and colleagues who are very focused on ensuring there is advancement on women entrepreneurship. And it's an honour to speak to such a fantastic audience as yourselves, of some of the best and the brightest entrepreneurs and innovators that are helping India to grow. We do a lot of work on female entrepreneurship, and it's a vital element of what we try to do with India, because we fully believe that for India to achieve its potential, there needs to be fully inclusive growth, and that means women entrepreneurs fully taking the role that they deserve across India. So thank you, Kowi, for everything you do in this area. You do brilliant work to help advance what is a very, very important agenda. A lot of what we do in India is focused on education. One of the mainstays of our work is at the grassroots of education, at the lower end of education, to make sure that there's 12 years of quality education for all women across India and across the world. This is something we are really focused on as the UK government, and we're really pleased about what we achieve. We also have a fantastic scholarship program called the Chevening, which focuses more on women from maybe tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well. And one of the key elements of where we want to utilize our Chevening scholarship team, our Chevening scholarship scheme, is to ensure that women can study postgraduate degrees in some of those more male-dominated areas, whether it's cybersecurity, science and innovation. We are funding more and more Indian women to study postgraduate STEM degrees in the UK, and we will continue on that track. But we are not just investing in education, we are also investing in leadership. We have a flagship capital investment program in India that is worth over $2 billion, and gender and inclusion is a key part of that work. And at the moment, we have supported over 13 million women across 8 states with our capital investment program. So it's something we're very, very proud about. To give you a couple of examples, we work with an organization called Avana Capital, which is a woman-led startup investment fund where 75% of the investment managers are women. We also support an organization called Green Cell Mobility, which operates a woman-only electric vehicle bus service between Delhi and Agra. These are the sort of entrepreneurs and leaders that we are investing in. And with the Samriddhi Fund, we have established a new fund where at least 30% of the portfolio is committed to inclusive economic growth, which is ensuring that at least 30% supports female entrepreneurs. In India, we do, in Telangana, I'm the Deputy High Commissioner covering Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. We do a lot of work here with COWI, with the fantastic WeHub, with Fiki Flow, and with many organizations, education institutions and academies that focus on inclusive growth and female entrepreneurs. This morning I spoke at a college called Stanley, which is a girls-only engineering college, and it was wonderful to speak to 100 of their students about women entrepreneurs and International Women's Day, which takes place on the 8th of March. So there's lots that we do here in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh to promote female entrepreneurship. One thing I would like to talk about and use this opportunity is one of our flagship programs, which is called the Global Entrepreneurship Program, the GEP. It's a program that supports entrepreneurs to scale up their innovations on a global scale. It is for entrepreneurs who have a vision to take their idea, to take their product, or to take their innovation from India to a global scale. The program, the GEP, it builds an ecosystem where there is mentoring, where there is support, where there is financial assistance to help businesses and help innovations grow. But it's wider than that. It's also a network that helps build resilience. It helps entrepreneurs learn from their mistakes and bounce back and build an even better business. But most importantly, it builds a network for collaboration, a network to support each other, a network to help each other, but also more importantly and vitally, a network that celebrates successes. Because that's something we probably don't do often enough. We don't celebrate our successes. We don't show off what we achieve, and we definitely should be doing more of that. In conclusion, I think it's really, really important that we live in a world where creativity is valued. And every idea has a chance to succeed, regardless of gender. As I said at the beginning, the UK and India are working together to ensure economic prosperity for all. And we are big believers that there must be inclusive growth that includes everyone to make that ambition succeed. And so thank you, COWI, for hosting this event, because it's events like this that will help us realise that vision. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garrett. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the Memorandum of Understanding Exchange. COVE is proud to collaborate with the Inclusive Supplier Development Program, ISDP, an initiative focused on connecting India-based SMEs, including women, minority, disabled, and LGBTQA+ business enterprises with corporate and government procurement opportunities. ISDP works to bridge the gap between diverse suppliers and large buyers, enhancing inclusivity in supply chains. To do the exchange, may I call upon Mr. Naveen Kumar from ISDP onto the stage. And I also invite Mrs. Madhu Tyagi, Director COVE India, and Nidhi Toshnewal, Vice President COVE India, to please come up onto the stage and do the honors of Memorandum of Understanding exchange. In the presence of Honorable Governor, through this MOU, COVE will actively support women entrepreneurs in obtaining ISDP certification, opening doors to larger markets, and increasing their business credibility. The partnership will also involve capacity building programs, mentorship, and advocacy efforts to promote supplier diversity. This collaboration is a step towards empowering women-led enterprises to access global procurement networks and scale their business successfully. Congratulations. We also have another MOU, COVE HP India MOU. COVE is thrilled to partner with HP India Sales Private Limited, a global leader in IT solutions and digital printing technology. This collaboration focuses on empowering women entrepreneurs and startups in the COVE network by introducing them to HP Indigo's cutting-edge digital printing solutions. Through this MOU, HP will provide startups with access to its network of Indigo print service providers, insights into sustainable and innovative packaging solutions, and guidance to branding through high-quality packaging design. COVE in turn will facilitate outreach, awareness programs, and workshops to help women entrepreneurs leverage these advanced printing technologies to enhance their businesses. Congratulations. And the next MOU is between COVE and HiFi MOU. We are pleased to partner with the International Federation of Electric Vehicle Association, FEVA, to promote women entrepreneurship in the growing EV sector. A key industry body working under TII-CCI supports electric mobility by fostering innovation, market linkages, and industry collaboration. Through this MOU, COVE and IFEVA will work together to equip women entrepreneurs with the skills, knowledge, and industry connections needed to thrive in the EV ecosystem. This partnership will facilitate training, job placements, B2B networking, advisory support, helping women-led business gain access to emerging opportunities in the EV space. Congratulations, and thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure. The Honorable Leader, he is also an inspiration for many more. Through his spirit and through his experience, he has inspired many people. And on this very special occasion, it gives me great pleasure to request our Honorable Governor to address the gathering.
On the dais, Mr. Gareth Winowen, British Deputy High Commissioner, Srimati Uma Gurkha, Founder, Director, COWE, Srimati Lalita Aluri, National President, COWE, Srimati Mercy Ipao, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, and Srimati Saroj Bajaj, President, Mahila Dakshata Samiti. Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, Joint Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals Group, Jupalli Home Construction Private Limited, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Actually, a few days back, just a day or two back, I was at Women's College. Women's College Silver Jubilee, Golden Jubilee celebrations. And on the dais, I could. Today, I see that it is reversed. Mr. Gareth and I are the odd men out. It goes with the spirit of the conference. I am happy to be here at the Women's International Summit on Entrepreneurship, and Sustainability, and Cross-Border Collaboration. Today, as we discuss empowering women entrepreneurs through technology, we recognize that the future of business is digital, inclusive, and globally connected. Women-led enterprises are driving India's economic growth. They constitute 20% of MSMEs, employ over 23% of the workforce, and contribute nearly 15% of India's GDP. However, we must go beyond participation and work towards equity, access, and expansion. Technology is the key enabler that can bridge gender gaps, open new markets, and make businesses scalable. The renowned economist, Professor Amartya Sen, once stated, empowering women is key to building a future we want. A truly progressive future is one where women entrepreneurs have equal opportunities to innovate, lead, and reshape industries. And we have been brought up in an atmosphere where the women are empowered. There's a Joint Secretary also Government of India. She will verify that. And in Manipur, we have one of the world's largest women market. Known as the Ima market or the Mother's Market. In Mizoram also, you'll find, women running successful businesses. Or in Meghalaya, you'll find most of the shops, run successfully by women for years to come. So this is the environment that we know in the Northeast. And my experience as a minister in Tripura, I worked with the self-help groups. It was very inspiring. Because the percentage of NPA was just below 1%. That is unimaginable in the Northeast. So that NPA rate testifies two facts. One is that women do pay back. And second is that the businesses are running well. The small businesses that, the SHG groups, self-help groups run by women are running well, more efficiently. So I came to Telangana as governor, and with the chief minister, I went to a SHG Sammelan here also, SHG meeting, and here also the same story. So now the women of India have woken up. Whether it's in Hyderabad or in a remote village in the Northeast, they are coming forward. They are, doing startups at the micro level, but they're doing it. That is important. And they're doing it successfully. The success story is almost pan-India. That is very, very encouraging. Because as a minister, I had attended several, seminars and meetings on the SHG group, and then each time I would, boast that my state was doing that, I heard the other minister saying exactly the same thing. The SHG groups in his state or her state were also very efficiently run. This shows us that the rural women have woken up. They are participating. They are homemakers. They are family makers. they are also become society makers now. That is the picture that our nation today gives to the world. There's no dominance by anyone. And I remember the Prime Minister, when I met him at one of the rural development meetings, which he had come to inaugurate in Jabalpur 4 or 5 years back, he had said in his speech, and I can remember it till now, because it was a very nice line that he had said. He said, Swaraj we have, got long time back. He said, Swaraj we have, got long time back. Political freedom, we have attained through a lot of struggle, a lot of strife, a lot of sacrifices. Now that freedom, Swaraj has to become Suraj. Good governments. Less government, more governance. And more participation. Women are half the society, half the country, half the globe. And we cannot, talk of a Viksit Bharat without Viksit Mahila Shakti. Take Suraj to the villages. And his thrust was on last mile delivery. That is the most difficult part, to deliver to the last mile. How to awaken that woman working in the margins. How to see that, how economic welfare, how social welfare progresses. And that is the progress that we aim at. When we say Viksit Bharat, we talk of harnessing all the Shakti that is a progressive Bharat. As we talk of a progressive Bharat, we have to include everyone. And in the most important part of it. And I'm very happy to see that here too, there's a lovely meeting here. A lot of documents have been exchanged. But we must take it further into the villages, into the hamlets, into the homes of people. Because entrepreneurship is not only in financial security, it is also empowerment. It is the empowerment of the people. Today, education is just not information that I know textbook by heart. It is empowering the woman. So how to empower? Through education, through entrepreneurship. I had gone to T-Hub. In Hyderabad. And it's a very nice experience. I could see a lot of women were there working on startups. And when they showed me the startup that was successful, I saw many startups that were done by women. Then I also went to the W Hub, I think Women's Hub. That was also very encouraging to see women from rural backgrounds, not only in Telangana, from other states also come. And make successful small enterprises. And how they were being handheld. And hand-holding has to take place at every stage. Earlier we used to hand-hold and let go the hand. As soon as they will start. Make them go back again. It should be comprehensive. It should not be a photo op. Our work should not be photo ops. Photos look nice. But it is limited to her, Facebook post or X post or Instagram post. So we have to take it forward. These are things to discuss. How to do that last mile empowerment? How do we empower that woman in that, tribal village? How do we bring her up to a certain level so that she also joins in the, march towards Viksit Bharat? That is the aim that we all speak of nowadays. And I am very happy to see that this conference is taking place in Hyderabad. I'm happy to be here. I can see a lot of men participants also. That's very encouraging. Otherwise, some of my colleagues earlier, when I was in active politics, my colleagues used to say, "Sab kuch chala gaya, 33% bhi aa gaya, wo bhi aa gaya, wo bhi aa gaya." Hamara. So they were very threatened by this, but everyone has to go hand in hand. There's no question of being threatened. It is just that everyone has to work hand in hand to reach a certain level. If the country has to reach a certain level of development or become a developed nation, it is the national effort that counts. And we talk of the national effort, it means everyone. And that's why the Prime Minister says, "Sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabka vishwas." He uses the word sab all the time to symbolize inclusivity.
And I request Madam Jyotsna to felicitate Mr. Gareth Wynne Owen from the British High Commission. Bouquet. I request Lalita to felicitate our eminent speakers on stage. Madam Mercy. Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. Madam Saroj Bajaj. And Ms. Meghna Rao. Madam Nidhi, request you to propose the vote of thanks. I announced already. Madam, Ms. Meghna Rao. I now request Nidhi Toshnewal, Vice President, COVE India, to propose vote of thanks.
Hello, everyone. Can we have the COVE video since we have some time? Maybe. Okay, fine. Okay. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, and honorable speakers, on behalf of COVE India, I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for gracing us with your presence today. Heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Honorable Governor of Telangana, Shri Jishnudev Verma ji. Sir, we are deeply honored by your presence and thank you for your support and words of wisdom to the women entrepreneurs of honor, Shri D. Sridhar Babuji, Srimati Konda Surekha ji, Srimati Mercy Apau ji, and Shri Jayesh Ranjan ji, sir, We truly appreciate your valuable time, value to this event. To our eminent guests, Srimati Sangeeta Reddy ji, Srimati Meghna Rao, Srimati Saroj Bajaj, your contribution to various fields are truly inspiring, and we are grateful for your participation and support. To our international speakers, Mr. Anurag Singh, Mr. Nicholas Carey, Ms. Gareth Owen, Mr. Gareth Owen, Mr. Oasis Sarmad, and Ms. Rubil Hernandez, we appreciate your global perspectives and insights which are adding immense value to our event. We acknowledge the valuable contributions from all our sponsors and event partners instrumental in putting together the event of this magnitude. We are deeply thankful to the press, print, and digital media representatives, and the support from various institutions and women's organizations for their rock-solid support to curate and promote this event. Last but not the least, all the guests present, COVE board and committees, COVE members from across India, students of various colleges and various support teams, we sincerely appreciate your support and presence. Valuable time in support of COVE's vision to nurture women entrepreneurs, and we look forward to fruitful discussions and collaborations in future. Thank you, everyone.
Sudha Mehta and Anurag ji to all the speakers to come on to this thing for group photo. Group photo, please. Yeah. Speakers. Yeah. Speakers.
I request all the speakers of this convention to please quickly come up onto the stage for the group photograph. And post that would be the COVE members. Please be ready.
Organizing team.
చెప్పకూడదు ప్లే చేసేస్తారు ఫోటో నెక్స్ట్ అయిపోయింది ఆఫ్ కోర్స్.
Yeah. I request Madam Mercy and Gareth to kindly remain for the inauguration of B2B Expo post the stage program. COVE board members and organizing committee members, please come up for Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much. I request everybody, please rise for the national anthem. Stand by. National anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
जय हिंद Madam Mercy and Gareth will inaugurate the B2B Expo in a short while from now.
And Niti Aayog initiative, and also she's a mentor at T-Hub. Rumana ji, please welcome back to Covey again and again. Please take your seat. Thank you. A few words about Aditi. Aditi is our COVE member. Dr. Aditi Malik is a chemical engineer and a PhD from IIT Kharagpur, and she has a decade of expertise in sustainable water treatment, ultrasound and cavitation technology, nanobubble technology. So,
any of you, it is basically a Greek word, and which means this gap should be overcome on a serious note. So, any idea from the theoretical background, innovative ideas generate, but translating the same idea into practical and implementable solution often becomes a long and challenging process. In our earlier days, we also have faced a lot of such challenges while we tried to materialize our innovative ideas into practical solutions, but we did not give up. We have a great team also, and we kept on trying. We interacted with many researchers, different professors, industrial personnel, took their opinion, did a lot of rigorous testing, changed our designs, and finally we could come up with several commercial models which are right now already implemented in several industries all over the India. With municipal corporations also we are working for their natural water body restoration. So these are the small steps or the milestones that have helped our growth or shaped our growth. Now here, since all of you are present, I have two major asks from all of you. That is, one is collaboration and partnership. So if any of you are already in the field of research, technology development or industries, majorly in the area of environmental challenges, mitigation and all, so I would love to explore the potential partnership, because I believe there is a lot of untapped potential hidden while we come up together with the combined solutions, because not a single technology, but if we can integrate multiple technologies, then only we can come up with a more sustainable approach to any environmental challenges. And the second ask will be to help for scaling our impact. So if you can connect us with some network or the decision makers through their advocacy, we can join hands so that we can bring a more tangible solution for a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you. That's wonderful. You not only explained your business, but also opened up doors for many more initiatives. That's great, Aditi. Yeah, so before we go on to the panel discussion and ask questions, I would like to introduce our guests at the panel. So first, I would like to go with Dr. Madhu Chandrika Chattopadhyay. She is the head of the Green Energy Center and is in charge of Water Recycling Center at EPTRI, which stands for Environment Protection Training and Research Institute. It's an autonomous institute of Government of Telangana. And she has 17 years of expertise in renewable energy, environmental sustainability, and waste management. And she is an excellent person for advocacy, administration, research, innovation, and skill development within these fields. And that's where we connect with you, madam, for your skill development initiatives. She's a recognized expert in renewable technologies, and she has authored numerous research papers and articles in national and international journals. And she spent 14 years as a woman entrepreneur leading the Chandradeep Solar Research Institute, and making significant contributions to solar, wind, biomass energy technologies advancements. Dr. Chattopadhyay's work has had a lasting impact on both renewable energy industry and the environment, positioning her as a key figure in promoting sustainable practices and technological innovations. It's really wonderful to have you here, madam, for the topic on sustainable technologies. Thank you. And then I would go to the next speaker. As I said, he's Mr. Suresh. He's a solar hero. That's what he is known for. And I have seen a couple of your videos, sir. I'm very, very thrilled to see them and connect. He is a postgraduate in management from IIM Ahmedabad, and he's an engineering graduate from IIT Madras. Oh, he has about 50 years of experience in textile and real estate industries, and his entrepreneurial journey starts with Sachs Ancillaries. He was manufacturing auto electrical components, wiring harness, supplying OEM to Japanese collaborated two-wheelers, and he also had Computer Access Private Limited, a telecommunication industry, a man with a wide variety of industry exposure. He's a chairman at Gaura Leasing and Finance. So on finance side also he has a great hold. So not only the product and innovation, he's good at finance too.
And he's a committee member at Kuppaswamy Sastry Research Institute, a Sanskrit research body. Wow. So he's a visiting faculty and at teaching management subjects, and he's given 2 TEDx talks. And he's passionately involved in green initiatives such as rainwater harvesting, rooftop solar, biogas, terrace, kitchen garden, hydroponics, air-to-water machine, and dry waste management. And he's developed prototypes of solar car and solar scooters. And he's just 80 years young. So you are really, really into many things. So very happy to have you here. It's a pride moment for us to have you here. Yeah, yes. Thanks to Umaji, who has introduced us to him. And then now we come to Dr. Romana Sinha-Sehgal. She is the founder and CEO of Serendipity. She drives innovation, sustainability, and social impact. She's an engineer and a leader in IT industry with an experience at Fortune 500 companies like Oracle and ADP. She is presently a mentor at T-Hub, Niti Aayog Mentor of Change, and she is with IIMK fostering entrepreneurship. She is a recipient of top awards including Karmavir Chakra Platinum, which is given by Congo and United Nations, and Nelson Mandela World Humanitarian Award and Social Entrepreneur of the Year 2023. And then she's a TEDx speaker and world record holder advocating for health, education, and the arts. She's a champion for cancer awareness, menstrual hygiene, women's empowerment, and child rights. Sustainability advocate, integrating eco-friendly practices with social impact. A true architect of change, advancing global humanitarian efforts and inspiring equity. And she's been our COVE member for a very long time, and I know her beautiful creations which came from a lot of waste material. She used to create beautiful pieces, and she is our beauty with brains. Welcome to this session, Romana ji. Thank you so much. Yeah. So I would now begin my questions. First, I would start with the young man here. So, sir, we believe that sustainability is something which everybody needs to have awareness of, and everybody needs to practice. So, everybody needs to practice, but more so from an industry standpoint, because ultimately industries provide produce lot of waste or whatever, scrap, whatever you call it, but lot of this residue we produce. So if this can be not so polluting, not so bad to the industry, it will be good. So what are those kind of initiatives which you say from a common man to an industry which we can adapt in our day-to-day lives, at the same time focusing more on business opportunities also, if you can share?
That's a complex question Josna has raised. But today all of us are talking about climate change, global warming, but only talking doesn't give you any results. You've got to take action. And I am one who is a solution finder, and I've done all these things in my house, and I demonstrated that a common man can do all these things. Honestly, all these practices were available in the country earlier. I have not discovered anything, no invention, no innovation, nothing. I'm just trying to revive the practices. I feel a common man has a very significant role to play, not only industries. What I've done is very simple, no rocket science. One can afford it, it's economically viable, technologically feasible. Today it's available. For example, I installed solar 15 years ago. At that time, people did not know what is solar. I faced problems, components were not available, vendor was not available. But then I found a solution. I'm again the first house in Chennai, maybe in India. I started this net metering. I generate electricity, feed it to government. That's known as net metering scheme. Today it has become little common, but 7-8 years ago, it was not so. I also combine waste management along with renewable energy. I do lots of work. I got a biogas plant. From kitchen waste, I produce cooking gas. I use that cooking gas to produce electricity. I connect it to diesel generator and produce electricity. So you can produce electricity in any corner of the country, small towns, villages, tier 2, tier 3. In this context, I see a lot of potential, especially for women entrepreneurs. If you take rooftop solar, a new scheme has now come, Prime Minister's Suryaghar Yojana. Not many people are aware of it. In fact, there are several myths and misconceptions. People think it's very expensive, we cannot do it. It's not like that. Women entrepreneurs can be trained. I'm willing to train them free of cost. You get to know what it is. Start marketing this. There are vendors available, so you don't have to reinvent a wheel. They will do it for you. You do the marketing, they will do it for you. Huge potential is there. But when I say huge potential, people are not going to line up. You have got to do your work. So in renewable energy, rooftop solar plants, there's a very, very, very good scope. Then waste management, biogas. You install biogas plants to produce cooking gas. Again, now of course, houses are getting converted into flats. We have developed a smaller model which you can install it in the flats also. Here this is conversion of waste into cooking gas. Again, there's a good potential for women entrepreneurs to take it up. Women entrepreneurs do only marketing. There are sources available, there are vendors available. They are looking for orders. You book the orders, pass it on to them, you enter into commercial arrangement. Either you buy it and sell it, add your margin, or they will sell it, you take a commission. All this, there are only arithmetics, but there is a good potential. Similarly, water management is a big problem. Chennai is supposed to be water deficient. Last 40 years, I installed rainwater harvesting 40 years ago. I have never bought a single bottle of water or a single tanker of water. You can save rainwater, filter, store it and reuse it. All these concepts are available. You please understand these concepts, start marketing it. There's a huge scope available. You should. Now we are talking about e-mobility. I was going to talk e-mobility. Lots of electrical scooters are coming. Electrical scooters are only partial solution for pollution. You still need to charge the battery. You have to plug it in. You are using fossil fuels. Therefore, I developed a solar scooter. Put a panel on top of the scooter, park it in the sun for 3 hours, battery gets charged, start driving it. This is a good scope. As a women entrepreneur, you get to know about this, start marketing it. There are people who will make it and give it to you. Like that, no, anything you touch, green energy, e-mobility, renewable energy, waste management, water treatment. I'm not talking about large projects. I'm not at all interested in the large project. I'm interested in the smaller projects. Couple of other ideas. Now, cigarette butts. People smoke cigarette and throw it away. That cigarette butts are non-biodegradable, but that is a cellulose acetate. I made pellets out of cigarette butts. Pellet is black gold. You can use it for cooking, use it in the boilers. This is waste to wealth. Tetra packs. You drink the soft drink, throw the Tetra packs away. We are converting Tetra packs into furniture. Collect the furniture. There's one company in Bombay, one in Ahmedabad. They make a sheet like a plywood and they make furniture out of that. Again, there's a scope for women entrepreneurship completely. Small projects. I'm not talking $1 million project at all, no. All these things can be understood by the women. It doesn't need high education or something like that, only commonsensical approach. Start marketing this. Convince customers, individuals, and start doing it. There's a huge potential available completely. Thank you.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Really wonderful ideas and initiatives you have taken and you have given us also. Now, ma'am, you are with the government initiatives, and so how do you see this whole buzzword of sustainability? So because 20 years back when we started business, all we knew was business start karo and product becho. But now we are also kind of like, made more and more aware of like, it's not just all about making a product, make it in a more sustainable way. So how do you see these policies or things implemented from the government's initiatives? So you can talk about the policies that are coming up and and also some kind of incentives that we'll get because we are doing these things. Is there any such thing? I would like to understand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me at first, Kowe. So sustainability for the entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs. So this is my first employment. Actually, I'm a first employment in an organization. I was also a woman entrepreneur like you, at least 2.5 years ago. As Sir said that 15 years ago, there was no solar. There is no word like solar entrepreneurship. But I could proudly say I was the first solar woman entrepreneur in India 16 years ago. After my master's degree from Jadavpur University in renewable energy. So I was the only woman in the class who was there for the master's degree in renewable energy. So that time everybody were into the different sectors, but by the call of the former president, APJ Abdul Kalam, that time he was the president of India, on his call, I entered into the renewable energy. And after my MTech, in campus interviews, all my batchmates got jobs into CTS, TCS. But I was very much firm that I will become an entrepreneur in solar. So even my family also discouraged that we are not from the entrepreneurship background. We don't know how it runs. We are all government employees. So how can you run this thing without any knowledge? But I did it successfully for 14 years till COVID. So I was the first woman entrepreneur in solar, wind, and biomass. I used to manufacture with a small team. The solar lanterns, solar home light systems, solar street lights. When my worker was absent to install a solar street light, I used to climb and install a solar street light. That time I was the first person to design a rooftop solar power plant in West Bengal, 16 years ago. So I proved my family wrong that I can run. But of course, one thing I should certainly acknowledge here, not without the support of my husband. It's a huge, tremendous support from him because I'm a Telugu. I'm a native of Telangana, but married to Bengali. So I did not know the language to speak to the labor of my company that time. But I could do it for 14 years successfully, with a turnover of 10 lakhs per month. Just our market was Sundarban, I think you know Sundarban. So the villages, the rural areas, they used to pick up like anything. We had an R&D team to do all these things. So due to COVID and all these things, and the present organization where I'm working for the government of Telangana, is the Environment Protection Training and Research Institute. They did not have the energy department. Mostly they work on environment-related activities. So the then principal secretary of the organization wanted me to come on board and develop the energy center for their organization. This is how I got into the employment, actually. So, but still, at heart, I'm an entrepreneur more than an employee. As an entrepreneur, I see that we don't walk. We run, actually. We put our hands, fingers, legs in everything from wherever we get. It's not like that we maintain a particular file or all these things. Everything. If I'm investing my time, my energy, my knowledge into this thing, the return on investment should be there. It's not that work is done and work is done. No. The return on investment should be high. Still, I feel being an employee at the government organization, still I feel that should be there. So I take accountability and responsibility at a very higher, utmost sincerity to gain something revenue for my organization, even though it is government, nothing like that, profit or anything. But still, I feel like that. So as a woman entrepreneur, what if even just an entrepreneur woman, support from the family is the most important. Single-handedly, maybe 10%, 20% are very successful, but it is a tremendous pressure on mental. And patience, of course. Patience is the first and buzzing word, I say that. In case of what Sir has said, that in a small way you can integrate renewable energy technologies into your businesses. Like first assess the energy needs of your organization, your company. Then you can say that where you are the solar energy. Because I say solar energy because we all have many renewable energy technologies like solar, wind, biomass. I don't talk about green hydrogen, all these things, because those are very bigger areas. Still, solar is much popular than other renewable energy technologies because it is modular in character. Suppose your requirement at your home is 2 kilowatt system. 2 kilowatt, enough energy is enough to run your home. So you can modularize, means you can customize it. Instead of investing for 2 kilowatt at a time, you can divide it into 4 parts or 2 parts. 1 kilowatt now, after 6 months, when you have another some amount of money, 1 kilowatt later. This is how the solar has become popular, not other renewable technologies. Like in case of wind, you cannot bring and put it in your organization, a wind turbine. In the middle of your organization, you can put it. So first, assess your energy needs, then integrate the solar. And I'm also I just correct here, I'm not the in charge of water recycling center. I'm the in charge of waste recycling center of my organization. So whatever the waste we generate, generally plastic is banned in my organization. Whatever the waste we generate, like in office material, sometimes we don't want plastic, but some papers and all this packed in plastic and comes here. So I look after that waste recycling facilities in my organization. The paper, plastic, whatever is generated in our organization, we convert them into the plastic bricks or plastic ash just to make it as a small road type for the pilot project to study how the percolation happens in the water, if the water absorbs or not. Then some small kind of garden stools with the plastic ash. So these are all taken by us. So in a small, if you include circular economy principles in your organization, it adds value to your organization. It shows, it's an extra credit to your organization that you are a supporter of eco-friendly. And for your consumer also, you can force that, see, we use eco-friendly, biodegradable, recyclable materials. Maybe initial investment is high, but it adds value. In that case also, you can get, as a environment awareness company, you can get some kind of low interest loans, grants, as you are aware of the environmental sustainability, you are practicing the sustainability initiatives. This is how you get it. And when it comes to Telangana, just clean energy policy is released in January 2025 by the Chief Minister. So in that, for women entrepreneurs, whatever you are investing, the SGST is reimbursed totally. So that, for a rooftop. And for self-help groups also, we are forcing, we are also part of that program, we are forcing 500 kilowatt to 2 megawatt plants with the help of self-help groups, mostly women. So as a head of the Green Energy Center, my work is to train these self-help groups to maintain, troubleshoot these solar plants, and also to give training to them that how it can be installed if any problem comes. So these are the things which you can do for your organization. And energy conservation is one most important. You should train your employees, your staff, with the energy conservation initiatives. And also with the, as I said, circular economy is also one of the most important. So all these things adds value, and your investment will be less and profit will be high. And also you can add value like that, sustainable, you are practicing the sustainability in your organization. Thank you.
Great, ma'am. Lot of initiatives, both as an entrepreneur and also into the policy form. That's very interesting combination, in fact, because you understand the troubles of an entrepreneur and then you come back and then make policies and look at the systems. That's a very great combo. Now coming to Romana. So you are also an entrepreneur by yourself, and you're also mentoring many people, many startups at T-Hub and also in the Atal Incubation, as I understand. So, as I said, when we started our initiatives about 25 years back, it was not so much of awareness about all these aspects of sustainability. Chal raha hai to chalne do type. But today, how do you see, like, when you're mentoring, when you're talking to the young generation, how much is the awareness within them, or what kind of practices these incubators are? Green initiative, like basically green initiatives and all. So how much of awareness is there in the entrepreneurs who are coming up in the next gen, and what kind of work you people as mentors are also taking up? If you can enlighten us on that, it'll be great.
Thank you, Jyotsna. Namaskar and a very good afternoon to you all. I'm sure it's a post-lunch session, so I'm going to liven it up only on using one of the key points which our Honorable Governor mentioned. He used the word we. And one very important element of we is the student community, right? And there were about 200 plus students today that we saw on this platform who were engaging with some of the senior leaders across industry. So for me, how I define sustainability is more so like a covenant, which is defining the legacy for tomorrow. And the legacy for tomorrow lies in the bhavishya, which is the student engagement. In the capacity of several roles that I have been in, and it's been almost 3 decades in the industry, through IT, ITES, manufacturing, and entrepreneurship, I see a great intervention, especially in the young minds, and that engagement, comes out in a very powerful way with the mentoring element, right? So, one initiative that I would like to highlight as to how we mentors are working in the area of sustainability to cause and curiosity and ideation build in that segment is one of the recent initiatives, which is called the ISF Junicorns. ISF is the master body which was founded by former Chief Secretary of AP and Telangana, Shri J. Chaudhary sir. So under his visionary leadership, what we did is I had the opportunity to lead and ideate and create that entire vertical. ISF Junicorns was a platform which, in fact, coincidentally, it was launched here, very much here at ESCI, which brought together the student community to engage on solving problems on the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals to the format of innovative projects. So what we did is we segmented under 4 key themes. We gave them these problem statements based on 4 key themes. One was environmental conservation, renewable energy, climate resilience, and inclusivity and innovation. When we did that, we had thousands and thousands of applications from the students, especially the school students I'm talking about. We sat together as mentors and we filtered out some amazing innovations which came out based on the problem statements. So one angle of looking at it is getting them to be a part of the larger level interventions which is happening in the community, in the industry, with the government, with the startups, with the business leaders and the visionaries. Recent initiative which was done at T-Hub, which was piloted under the guidance of the CEO, Mr. Sujit Jagirdar, was a program called as Sustainability Dialogues. Now, this was done on 22nd and 23rd, very recently, which was more, again, like a transformative movement. Why I call it as a transformative movement? Because sustainability became the core for actually driving economic progress, policy transformation, and technological intervention, having the academia, the industry leaders, policymakers, and startups engage in a debate format based on 8 critical SDGs from the UN. Sadly, why did we take these particular 8 SDGs is, very recently the UN 2024 report says India is 109 among 166 nations on the UN SDG progress, right? And if we were to even achieve the 2030 goals that we have set for ourselves without even having the young generation, the future of our country and all the countries across the world, be even aware of what the basic sustainability quantum is. So I saw a huge gap there. So we thought of doing this particular module. And one of the very, very finest initiatives run by the Government of India under Niti Aayog Atal Innovation Mission is the ATL labs. I'm sure most of you know what ATL tinkering labs are. Currently, we have got 10,000 labs set up across the country, and these are being run by the ATL school in charges. And what happens there in this ATL labs is there's scientific research, there's ideation, and that leads to developing projects and prototypes, all under the supreme umbrella of sustainability. Why are we planning to expand it? As you know, that the recent budget, which was presented for 25-26, has been allocated a segment of 400 crores to up the ATL labs in the country to 50,000. So you know where the growth is happening, and you know where the future leaders are. And in fact, I should say the future leaders have already arrived. They're already here. We just need to actually acknowledge their presence. So thank you, Jyotsna, for the question.
That's great. Wonderful to know kind of initiatives and kind of push that's happening towards the sustainability, SCG and all that. It's very great. So now I look at the audience. If you have any questions, want to know more about anything, yeah, I would pass on the mic. I request any of the volunteers sitting here, please take the mic across, please.
Hello. I want to share one interesting experience. One auto rickshaw driver, he built a house outside the city in Chennai. He had no electricity. So he was paying rent in a rented house inside the city. He approached me. I put just a 0.5 kilowatt panel with one small battery, 24 Ah. He could run his lights, TV, fan, and his pump. He shifted to his house, so he stopped paying rent. I said, now even if the department gives electricity, he said, please don't take it. But he was able to run the house with the solar completely. Very interesting experience.
Great, sir.
Namaskaram Andi. Hearty congratulations for all the organizers and the participants. And I'm very proud of you all. And we are organizing Research and Development Center. We have Research and Development Center. In there, we are working for the environment of India. Throughout India, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, throughout India. For that, we are developing app, and also it's a purely Section 8 company. Purely Section 8 company. And here, lot of employment opportunities and enough funds. Enough means how much funds you want. For example, thousands of crores, lakhs of crores, or millions of crores, that also we have. So, that's why I'm requesting the great dayas to join with us and help us. So we are also working like you. Thank you, sir. I'll come and collect all the ID cards and all, and again I'll come for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jyotsna, for this opportunity. I actually needed to add one thing. We're talking about the Women's International Entrepreneurship Summit that is happening here. We spoke about sustainability. We spoke about inclusion, and one important intervention I see is sustainability and innovation. How are we driving that, right? So for the benefit of the delegates who are present here, I would like to share an initiative which is being supported by the IT department of the government of Telangana. I've been working on it and driving it as a part of my organization, Serendipity. We are talking about inclusion, which was one of the core areas of discussion in the open forum at the World Economic Forum, which I was present at. And we're talking about inclusion in education and inclusion in, say, arts, for example. This initiative that we are trying to pioneer out of here with the support of the Honorable IT Minister, Dr. Sridhar Babu, and with the mentoring of Shri Sai Krishna sir, who is the IT advisor. The idea is to extend virtual reality to the visually impaired people. When you're taking the virtual world, we, the supposedly abled, have the opportunity to experience VR. Imagine for the visually impaired, using tactile mobility in the VR world with the support of haptic technology. We will be able to, hopefully, in the very coming time, soon enough, give them a method so that they can experience VR with haptics and experience art. It could be a piece of art, it could be an object, it could be something from the heritage, probably one of the monuments. You will just be able to bring that out and give them and enable the opportunity to the ones who are finally able than us to experience it, touch it in the virtual world. So huge thanks to the government of Telangana, and I'm really, really glad that I'll be doing it as a CEO and founder of my company. And there's extensive research that has started out on it. And I think inclusion is very, very important when you talk about sustainability or innovation, because again, when you speak of we spoke of the student community. When we speak of we need to include everybody else within the country and beyond. Thank you.
Yes, it's very true that we need to include everyone when it comes to this kind of initiatives. Definitely, yes. And have any questions? Just quick, yeah. Somebody sitting at the back can come forward.
Hello all. I'm Anika. I am a co-founder of Axol Management Services. And we provide asset management services. And one of the vertical that I lead is I provide NGO services, and I'm an NGO consultant. So one thing I found is there are many grassroots level SHGs. We are from Tamil Nadu. So there are many people who are very much in need of funds. So I have a question for Romana ma'am. How do we access those funding? The ones that NGO Durban is providing, Nidhi Aayog, and as well as CSR initiatives. Is there any link that we can get?
We are definitely looking at a linkage that you're speaking of. Of course, there is. I do see there is a dotted line connect, and there's not a straight line linkage to that. However, with organizations like COWE, Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs of India, where we are seated at, can be a huge intervention point for enabling something like this. Of course, the banking is something which is very much open to everybody, but an organizational Niti Aayog, there is a system wherein you need to apply for it with streamlined, and we will be able to engage with the women entrepreneurs at that level, with the entrepreneurial cell set under Niti.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks. And one last question.
I would like to add here one, just
sure.
hold on. As an individual, implementing the green technologies in SMEs may be difficult. I can suggest here to form a cluster. All the SMEs, women entrepreneurs, can form a cluster and start doing the innovation or manufacturing of the components for the renewable energy technologies. And I feel that COWE should take the initiative and educate the women entrepreneurs to practice this sustainability and to form the cluster and educate the women how to be successful. I heard that an SME organization in Balnagar here has been exporting some components for the submarines for the Norway. So you can imagine. So I request COWE to educate the women entrepreneurs who wants to transition their business into sustainability, to form a cluster and start doing the work.
Great, great, ma'am. If we can really do that post this event, I think we have achieved the major objective of conducting a session like this and form the cluster. Definitely, we will be seriously looking into it and implementing it very soon, forming a cluster on this kind of initiatives, definitely. Any last one lady there? Sir, one, the student, young girl. After that, I'll give you Andy. Just 1 second. Yeah. Please come forward, ma.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all the esteemed speakers. I'm a grade 11 student and I'm the founder of a nonprofit organization. It's called InspireRed. So it started on September 1st. It usually started as for a competition from University of Sydney. Though we didn't win, we still wanted to continue it. And right now we have 3 government schools under us and we're providing them free education. So me and my team, which is 8 more people, we go to 3 different government schools every Saturday to teach them and create a few fun activities. And it's sad to say that the first time I got to know about SDGs was when I took an extra course on AI and we had to learn about SDGs in class 10. So I wanted to incorporate it in the extra syllabus that I create for the next academic year. So I want to ask this to all of you that which SDGs do you think that I should first incorporate into it? Thank you.
I'll ask any one of the panel members to answer this due to the lack of time and conscious of the next session starting. So any one of you can.
Me. The recent report that I mentioned, sorry, I didn't get your name.
Vidya.
Vidya, the recent report that I mentioned from the UN, you should take a look at that. And it clearly shows that the CSR intervention from the corporates aligned to certain SDGs is at a high level compared to the ones. Quality education, gender equality, inclusion is picked up by anybody and everybody, most of the corporates, but there are certain ones which are absolutely untouched. So you could take a look at which are the ones which are at the peak and which are at the trough. So the ones which are falling on the trough, things like your sustainable cities and communities, probably climate resilience. Climate resilience is different from climate change, by the way, you know. So you could look at things like that. And I'm glad that you brought up a question like that and very much happy that you're already thinking. So like I rightly said, the generation is already working on it.
Thank you so much. So
Great.
if you're thinking about SDGs, then from the background of renewable energy, I say SDG 7. So right now, what we are teaching means, as you are saying that how to train. So right now, I'm into the artificial intelligence, into the solar, wind, and EV. And also focusing on the agrivoltaics, agriculture plus energy. Farming plus generation of energy is happening widely in northern part of India. It should come to southern part now. So these are the new technologies which comes under your SDG 7. If you're thinking about the energy conservation and efficiency.
That we as COVE can take up, which we have many partners like CE and BNN, BNI, and we have many other partners who are joining us in these initiatives. So we could form a cluster on that. Lalita Garu is, our president can think. Our president can think of these kind of initiatives, and government also is ready to support us on such initiatives. So wonderful, wonderful having you people here with us and sharing your knowledge. Thank you so much. I now request Lalita Garu and Sandhya Garu please come on to the dais to give the mementos to the speakers, please.
This is a very, very, I would say, a very emotional moment for me, especially right now, receiving it, especially from Sandhya Garuya, Sandhya ma'am. I remember the first time I walked into the COVE office way back in 2011. She was seated at the table in the office in Somajigura. Just walked in and I said, I'm a new entrepreneur and I want to do something. And all that she said is welcome. And that's what it was. So thank you very much. And my humble gratitude to you and to all the founding directors. I see Shailaja ma'am, Uma ma'am, Saudamini ma'am, Suman ma'am. Thank you so much. It has been an incredible journey. To the national president of COVE, Lalita ji, Jyotsna, my colleagues, Nirja, Madhu, everybody, Kalpana, thank you for believing in me and for having me here. It's my august privilege and an honor. Thank you.
Can start with a video commercial thing. The events are not possible without the sponsorship from our many supporters. So we'll now have a video from one of our promoters, supporters.
Kala Eye is derived from Kala meaning art and eye meaning the human eye, symbolizing a refined vision for heritage and design. Founded 2 years ago under 100% female ownership, it is working on its mission to create innovative, heritage-inspired, sustainable home textiles and lifestyle accessories. With a small but skilled team of 13 artisans, Kalai specializes in Sanganeri block printing, using hand-carved wooden blocks and natural dyes to craft timeless pieces. Every product is made in small batches, ensuring exclusivity, quality, and quality. Sustainability is at the core of everything we do. We work exclusively with organic cotton, ensuring that our fabrics are free from toxins, gentle on the skin, and kind to the planet. Our commitment to zero waste production means fabric offcuts are repurposed into accessories. Plastic-free packaging is prioritized, and every step minimizes waste while maximizing impact. In just years, Kalai has supplied designers and brand owners in over 7 countries, helping them build conscious, high-value collections. Whether you need private label manufacturing, white label solutions, or premium corporate gifts, we've got you covered. Connect with us today to create something extraordinary together.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Our third session for this afternoon is Future of E-Mobility in India, Learning from Global Experience. Chetna Jain, President, COVID Telangana, and CEO Dhrumataru Consultants, is our moderator for this session. Please give her a big hand.
Good afternoon, everybody. Session number 3 for the day today, we will have on the topic Future of E-Mobility in India, Learning from Global Experience. This session, I have very eminent panelists who come with a lot of experience in this particular arena. And let me take this opportunity to welcome them, which is really one of the most important sessions for today. So please, of Chandradeep Solar Research Institute, recognized by Niti Aayog, guided 14 startups in the solar energy sector, holds a PhD in economics from Calcutta University, specialized in energy policy, renewable energy and circular economy, former journalist at Telegraph and Economic Times, co-supervised 7 research scholars in renewable energy science, and he's published 8 research papers. Welcome, sir. As we all know, today we are going towards a sustainable environment wherein fossil fuels are being replaced by electric vehicles. The reason being, we are looking at a carbon-free, carbon-neutral future. We are looking at net zero buildings. We are looking at reducing the pollution in the environment because there is rampant climate change that is happening. Global warming is really, really precarious today, and we need to address all of this very, very aggressively. And going towards EV is one step that we are taking to see that today we reduce the carbon footprint. So, dear gentlemen, I will come to you one by one. So, sir, since you've been in this field for quite some time, how do you look at the future of the EV vehicles in India today?
Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much, Kove, for inviting me here. If I go a little back into the time, probably in 1990s, when first time I went to a Frankfurt auto show, I looked at all the cars, and every car was giving that CO2 level is this. Where that time in India, we were just not knowing about it at all. And every car was having CO2 so many grams per kilometer, CO2 so many grams per kilometer. So therefore, the consciousness on reducing carbon was there right from those days. And that gradually, kept up. And then, that time we came to understand that there are standards like Euro 1, Euro 2, Euro 3, Euro 4 and all that, And then gradually, India also adopted the same thing. And we had Bharat 1, Bharat 2, Bharat 3, and, which you now have BS6 right now, going in India. So this is the way actually the carbon has been reducing. And now a stage has come, where probably in Europe people are talking about zero emission vehicle.
Hello.
And zero emission vehicle is nothing but, basically EV, where there will be absolutely no emission coming out of the car. Because normally in a petrol car or a ICE engine car, you have one is a tailpipe emission. The other one, you also call it evaporative emission. And evaporative emission is the one, where petrol or diesel keeps leaking from the fuel tank, because, it is also in a vapor form in the fuel tank, liquid plus vapor form. So the vapor keeps leaking, and so therefore that is what is called as evaporative emission. So these have to be made zero. So how are they doing it in EV now? They have totally replaced all of this. They have brought in motor. They have brought in motor controller unit, because you need to also control the speeds. So motor controller unit. And of course, the motor is being run by battery. And battery has gone into a lithium ion, because, right now, what the kind of batteries what we are using was a lead acid battery.
Yeah.
And that did not have so much of power.
Yeah.
So therefore, to really drive the kind of motor, which is required, we required a much more powerful battery. So therefore, people have gone into lithium-ion battery.
Yeah. So I will just stop you here for the next question again and move on to one more panelist who's just joined us, Ms. Srijana Raghupatruni Patnaik. She's an IIT Delhi graduate and researcher in power systems, founded Cellerite Systems in April 2018. And she is based in Telangana with a manufacturing unit in Vizag, wherein they produce portable chargers for 2- and 3-wheeler EVs. So welcome, Ms. Srijana. And I will just pose the same question to one more panelist here, Mr. Shailendra. So I understand that you are having this HiFiFa, and what are the initiatives you are taking from your organization towards promoting EV?
Thank you so much. So before starting the formal answer of your question, I would like to thank to all COVI members to organize such a fantastic conference today. I really salute to all the women here to organize such a fantastic, I've never seen such kind of fantastic event run by, women entrepreneurs. I really thank you so much. HiFiWA, the International Federation of Electric Vehicle Association, we have started just 3 years back. We got the fantastic support by the industry. Within the last just 3 year span of time, we have a member of 500 industry players, and we have created the complete ecosystem of EV industry. Why ecosystem? Ecosystem is very, very important. Without ecosystem, we cannot sustain actually. Who are our members? That is two-wheelers. E-rickshaw, we have started from e-rickshaw, then two-wheeler manufacturer, three-wheeler manufacturer, then four-wheeler manufacturer. All battery manufacturers are my members. EV chargers are my member. And finally, the recycling, which is most important part of the system actually.
Yeah. So continuing on that note, Dr. Sandeep, I would like to ask you, you have been, supervising the completion of research papers. You are aggressively involved with the solar energy, trying to harness solar energy, and how you've been able to drive this across this generation, which is very, very technology-driven, which is looking for alternatives. How do you think the future is?
Yeah, very good afternoon to all my sister-in-laws of Hyderabad. My wife is a Telugu lady, so all of you are my sister-in-law. So I also, like my colleague, I am thankful to KOI for giving me the opportunity to speak before you. So I just would like to know that how many of you are entrepreneurs? Can you please raise your hand? Extremely good. So how many of you would like to be the part of 18.413 billion US dollar business? So definitely, all of you. So electric vehicle, the electric vehicle has the opportunity 18.413 billion US dollar business in India. So this is the fact given by the Deloitte EY. So just now the madam asked me the question. So the opportunity for the entrepreneur who are already entrepreneur and the opportunity for the lady who's asked a question to the previous panel and the similar age group startups is huge with electric vehicle. Because electric vehicle is not the manufacturing of a car only. There is a infrastructure development, new infrastructure development, which is linked to this business. So in order to develop the infrastructure, you have to link up with the solar. As our former colleague, former panelist, Mr. D. Suresh has said, that without solar, electric vehicle cannot deliver the carbon neutral mobility. Because if you charge the battery with the conventional electric system, you will again generate the carbon or the hazardous gases. So you need the solar. So the combination of electric vehicle and solar and the charging station and the grid and the related OEM, means the original equipment, if you become manufacturer or if you become the service provider, you will be the part of the 18.413 billion US dollar business.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. I think we are all very excited for $18,416 billion industry coming up. So moving on, I would like to ask Srijana. Srijana, you've been touted as one unconventional industry for women to be. What has your experience been in this particular sector?
Yeah, it is very unconventional. My journey has been very unconventional to be an electrical engineer, where most women don't become electrical engineers too. So I've seen this. So it's not the entrepreneurial journey as such, but I've been through this process. When coming to this particular industry, so it comes with a couple of challenges and acceptance that this is how it is going to be, wherein you. They could be like, you are not probably taken at times very seriously. That's another thing. But apart from that, there is a greater, brighter side to it. There is a lot of recognition to the work you do, and there's a lot of appreciation and love that comes from the ecosystem as such, to be a researcher, to be an entrepreneur in this space. Right, and our work is especially directed towards the EV charging infrastructure space. So, wherein we are kind of we are trying to push the boundaries tremendously to make charging as obvious as internet or even for a power supply for that matter. So that is the greater vision we have, and every day it kind of motivates us to see beyond the barriers.
Yeah, that's really great, Srijana, because anything without proper infrastructure cannot function in full swing, and we need somebody who takes care of the infrastructure. And I think I actually see an entrepreneurial opportunity for most women sitting in this room today, especially because back end, see, getting the product is one part of the story, but after service of the product and preparation of the product, that is one thing which brings in lot of onus for the final product. So thank you so much, and thank you, Shipra, for joining me on stage. So Shipra, I think will talk a little about herself, because I thought you would be, the best thing to do is introduce yourself. Can you give a brief, quick intro about yourself?
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. And I would like 2 minutes of yours. Thank you, first of all, to the COVE team for inviting us here. And it's truly an honor to present IFIVA. So IFIVA is an International Federation of Electric Vehicle Association. And about me, I was only 19-year-old when I started my career in automobile industry. And from past 18 years, I am working as an entrepreneur now and selling all premium luxury cars, dealing into choppers, buying and selling, serving all the ministers and Bollywood, Tollywood sector, and renting air ambulance. We have served COVID times as well. And it's a niche clientele, and you really serve the luxury segment. Now, when it comes to fuel engines, diesel, petrol, Mr. Gadkari said, clearly mentioned that diesels are definitely gonna bye-bye from the industry because they are a health hazard to our industry. Now, CO2 emission needs to be completely vanished from the India, and of course, Delhi is the most specific, I would say.
So quickly, I will circle back to you in a while, and I will go back to Maitra sir for once again. So since you have seen all the interventions, all the R&D that has been done, and you know how these engines have been functioning, what do you see as the future wherein a lot of R&D could be done here? And do you think we will come up with world-class kind of engines in India, like where our Prime Minister is promoting Make in India for Viksit Bharat? So in Viksit Bharat, how do you think we will promote the most efficient engines from our country?
I mean, as you all people know that, government has been intensive, giving incentives for making these electric vehicles. And one of the conditions for fame, what they gave was 50% localization of components in India. So whenever you want to make EVs, so today in the industry, there are, absolutely lack of people who can supply these kind of components. Let me just give you some of the examples. One of the simplest example is a charger. And charger you can just see, and whatever mobile charger you have, it's a similar kind of a charger, but the CPU, the box which you have inside, now there is nobody who can make that box in India. So therefore, what is happening today is that the people are importing it from China and then using that box and putting the cables on both sides and making it. So therefore, if you can do that, it will be a very good opportunity for you people. Then number two, what is happening also is that, these motors are not being made in India. Now there are some people like Ola, they have started making these motors here, and there's a Chinese company called SEG in Bangalore who is doing it. But only thing is that as SMEs, whether you have that much of finances to do it or not, because these are technology intensive components. So therefore you might have to go in for a collaboration, and therefore it requires more money. So if some of you can garner that kind of a money, definitely you can go in for it. Then there are things like, they call it EDU, which is actually motor controller unit and a gearbox. Now these three combination in India today, nobody can make it. Now, all these companies are all going abroad and they are getting that particular component. So therefore, as an entrepreneur, you definitely have a lot of chance. The other simpler thing would be the HV cables, high voltage cable. Because the battery what you're using is a 48 volts battery. And so therefore, whatever in a normal car, the kind of cables you have, or the wiring harness what you have, you cannot use that. So therefore, you'll have to go in for a high voltage cable. And initially, there were also problems in getting high voltage cable in India. So that is again an opportunity which you can have. Then there are smaller components like DC-DC converter. Now this is something again, as a SME, you people can do it. And apart from that, what is happening is that there are certain other things in the infrastructure, like, today MG Motors, they are putting in all these chargers in the houses. They go, so therefore, supposing if you have a team which goes to different houses and you have a contract, with the MG Motors, so you go to houses, you go to all these, towers, put the...
mic closer.
Put the, go to the towers and put this particular, charging infrastructure there. So this is again an opportunity for you people, which you can do it. Apart from that, on the electric buses, what is happening is there are many players who have come in. they do not have a good idea of even homologation. Supposing if you are a technical person and you have a little bit of idea of technical things, then you can go to ARAI and ICAT, and for those companies who are desirous of doing homologation, you can get the homologation done for them. Okay. In fact, I know one of the companies from Hyderabad, who's trying to do that, to different bus making companies. They're going there and pitching that we will do the homologation for you. Similarly, you can even get into styling. There are companies who don't know how to do the styling of the buses. And therefore, what is happening is if you have a team, who can do that kind of a designing, then you can do the styling for the bus, how the bus will look. You can even do that. So therefore, all these kind of opportunities today, you have in the EV industry.
So thank you, sir. Thank you for really enlightening us about that. I think that is really an eye-opener for me as well, that, we have a lot of opportunities, especially in the EV sector, because this is a very big myth that EV is not very efficient or EV is not still proven on the road. But I think, a lot of these myths can be busted if we can actually get into the detail of this particular industry. So thank you, sir, for enlightening us. Now I will move on to Shailendraji from IFIFA. What is it that the government as a policy you think can be made so that this particular EV sector becomes more popular with the people and slowly people start encouraging this sector?
Thank you, ma'am. Before your questions answer, sir ने एक चीज बताई अभी, that is homologation. I think most of the people are not understand what is homologation. Actually, few technical people might be well aware of the homologation. Homologation is a process before your vehicle on the road. You have to type test one sample vehicles to these testing centers. There is 4 testing centers, even 5 testing centers in India. One is ICAT, that is in Manesar. Another was ARAI in the Pune, GARC in the Chennai, and Natrax in Indore, and 5th one, जिसको बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं, sir, that is CIRT Pune. They are also doing, and this is the only one testing center who comes under the Ministry of Transport actually. So, as per the concern of the policy, government is very, very much focused on the electrical vehicle, especially our Minister Nitin Gadkari ji is very, very focused on the electrical vehicle. हमारी जो dependency है, that is on crude oils, on Gulf countries, उसको खत्म करने के लिए, pollution को कम करने के लिए, they are very, very supportive. इस साल के बजट में, for this year budget, government has allocated 15,000 crore rupees budget actually for the EV infrastructure development.
Yeah. So coming back to Srijana again, Srijana, what do you see the future of women entrepreneurs, especially in this sector? Do you think we can still move ahead aggressively, or there is some intervention that should come from the government or intervention from organizations like ours where we can kind of foster partnerships with you and push women entrepreneurs to take up this? What is your take on this?
Yeah. So there are multiple levels to how we can solve this problem of EV adoption, right? Right from the product, we have been addressing from the product level, and also like some of the esteemed panelists here said, there are a lot of opportunities for the service also. If someone doesn't really fit into that block of like being a product expert or something, there's still a lot of service opportunities opening up. And there is also a lot of intervention globally wherein there is special focus on gender and how women can help in more and more EV adoption, right? The special policies and special frameworks specific for this, where women can drive. If we see, there are women, especially in places like Varanasi, where they drive the e-rickshaws. Yes. They run their, their livelihood comes from that. So as low as that, as a grassroots level to service sector, there are a lot of opportunities opening up. And there is also vast need for upskilling across irrespective of the gender. So this is where we can actually upskill women, especially who are on a break or are looking to actually get back to work, or who are looking as an option for their livelihood. There's a vast opportunity for organizations like COVE and the government also to actually upskill women especially. And entrepreneurship in the service space and in also areas where we can kind of complement the existing ecosystem, that is also a huge opportunity.
Thank you, Srishna. Thank you for the insight. Coming back to Dr. Sandeep, he has been actively championing the cause of renewable energy, and he's also trying to integrate AI and ML into the renewable energy. So these two factors can work together is something which Dr. Sandeep is aggressively working and having a conference on the same subject on the 4th of April. So,
it is the accuracy. The most challenging part in the EV is the battery side, I believe. So battery management, BMS, that is the most challenging part. And in that, the AI can play a very big role. So AI, mostly we use AI is nothing but a robot, and ML is the algorithm programming that can tell about the life of the battery, that how many years this battery can run, how many mileage you can get. So not only for electric vehicle, we are also using for the other verticals of sustainable energy like solar and wind, mostly for the predictive analysis, asset management, and also for the generation. For solar and wind, it is for the generation. Here, it is for the performance. The performance analysis, that how many years this battery will run, and the capacity of the vehicle for how many years this vehicle will give you the service. Few more information I would like to add, like I would like to see Sujana's name also in that list. You can note down or you can search in Google 2 successful women entrepreneurs in the space, Indian women entrepreneur in the space of electric vehicle. One is Femina Electric, that's a company, Femina Electric. Another one is the Women Power. These are the 2 very successful women entrepreneur-centric companies working nationally and internationally. Soon Sujana's name will also be there, I believe. Number 3, 91,000, more than 91,000 two-wheeler vehicles, electric vehicles are sold by the year January 2025 from January 2024. And altogether 1.6 lakh electric vehicles have been sold in India. So the growth is high, and the government thinks, the policy makers, they think, and the companies like Deloitte, EY, FMG, they all think that by the year 2030, 40% of intervention will be completed through the electric vehicle. So it is for the existing company, I repeat, it is for the upcoming company, I repeat, that enormous opportunity is there with the battery, with the other components, with the charging station, with the developing infrastructure, with the integration of solar and electric vehicle. So I don't find there is no hesitation should be there. I feel there should not be any hesitation in the mind of anyone, man or woman, to enter into the space of electric vehicle for a better future.
Thank you so much, sir. I think they were humongous numbers that we get to hear, where we were thinking very few people opt for EV, but then yes, that's very surprising that we are moving forward.
I want to add a small answer actually. These are the figure of registered vehicles. High-speed two-wheelers and all, and four-wheelers. There is lakhs of vehicle two-wheeler who is unregistered. Unregistered means that low-speed EV, that is below 25 kilometer as per standards, and all Zomato, Swiggy, online, last mile delivery, they are using more than lakhs of vehicles.
That's really nice. So coming back to...
With these numbers, I would like to just tell you that last year the total electric vehicle production in our country was almost 2 million. It was 1.98 million, and there was a growth of 27% as compared to the previous year. And in fact, it has been driven by these two-wheelers, because what is happening is, for adoption, today people who are used to these ICE vehicles, they are trying to compare the ICE vehicle with the EVs. And they are saying, if, say, you just compare a motorcycle, say Honda Activa, somebody who's driving an Honda Activa, he is trying to see that this is the power I get from Honda Activa. This is the cost which I pay. I pay about 65 to 70,000 rupees for buying it. And now if I get an EV which is 1,50,000 or 1,25,000, 1,30,000, he first thinks, that whether I should go for it or not. So therefore, today, all the two-wheeler electric makers are trying to bring the cost below 1 lakh. In fact, Ola, which is a pure electric two-wheeler production company, they have come out with 3 models which are less than 1 lakh and which are almost equal to Activa. And that is how they are trying to increase, the overall sales. So this is what is happening, and this is the way the trend is going today, in our country.
I think, sir, that trend is coming up because India largely has a lot of mid-segment kind of families, and anything above 1 lakh, especially for a two-wheeler, I think they would think twice to spend on a two-wheeler above 1 lakh. But then again, when we circle back and look at the return on the one-time investment that we make on an EV, I think, the recurring cost vis-a-vis the one-time investment, the ROI will be very high. I think the return on the investment will be higher when compared to the recurring cost which we put it on the traditional vehicle. So probably, that part of it has to be taken ahead, and our pitch also has to circle around that. So going back to Shipra again, as we were discussing, Shipra, what do you think are the other allied things that we can do along with establishing the battery charging stations? So what do you think that, most women entrepreneurs can also come up with one more vertical of their business, which is very easy and I think very convenient for self-help groups also to start?
Yeah. So on behalf of HiFiva National Secretary, I was going through an article. Telangana government is planning to have a 3,000 charging station and to be completed by 2025 at every 25 kilometers of the area. So I think by having a charging station, women entrepreneurs can come up with their coffee, the restaurants or the cafeterias or the restrooms, or for the pregnant ladies, they can rest upon, for the diaper changing rooms, and a book library, that can be installed. So people can rest while charging their cars. It's only 11% workforce in India. Come on, women, we have a lot of ratios to be hiked, actually. Till now, only 11% in auto industry, and it can goes up to by 45 to 50%, I believe, by 2020, if by getting into EV segment completely. If I may ask upon in the audience, how many of you are using diesel cars right now? You may raise your hands, please. Diesel cars. Okay, I can see 4, 5 hands. Okay, 6, 7, okay. And how many of you are using petrol cars? Many of them, good number. And CNG cars? None? Okay, 1, I could see. None. Okay, 1. And if I can give a mic to audience and kindly share your views on EV cars. Do you think we have a scope to grow? Kindly?
Because we are a little short on the time. Just one question? Yeah, maybe one question.
Experience about the EV. Yeah.
So anybody who wants to share their experience, I will request them to keep it very short because I cannot exceed the time of the panel. So, Nisha.
Yeah, I was planning to buy a car, but ultimately I ended up buying petrol car thinking that there is no engine in the car. So why am I paying so much amount? Is it really worthwhile? And will that car last longer? So let me wait for a few years of review. Then probably after 2 years also I'll buy a car. So what do you say about my...
Why not EV car, ma'am?
That's what EV car. I felt there is no engine in that. Okay. It's battery operated. It's like a toy car. That is what I felt.
Because there is no noise?
There is no engine.
No, there is no engine, but of
Don't-
course
no noise,
they
of
are
course,
more
it's a good thing.
smoother cars.
Yeah, that's an advantage.
And they are eco-friendly.
That is very true, but there is no engine. So why I am paying so much? So is it really worthwhile? Should I invest so much? So I thought I'll buy after 2 years, after seeing more of reviews.
Ma'am, you are saying like there is no brain and we are working.
I don't know how far I'm true, but this is the thought I've got.
Without engine, it's not possible. Every car runs on engine, of course, and battery is, of course, the main thing. So,
battery
Abhi,
is supposed to be cheaper. Battery operated cars are supposed to be cheaper. Yeah.
Coming to that point, Suresh sir very well mentioned that we
I would just like to add that this is the truth. Like people who are going in for new cars now, I met a few of them like when I was going. So everyone is waiting, for the review to come up. So I think the growth is immense. Prospect is immense in the coming years because all the people waiting will be going in for EV very soon.
Can I?
So actually we have
hello ma'am.
EV owner.
You talked about engine. Actually, it is the mechanical energy which you have to generate to run the wheels. Now, in case of ICE engines, it is from the chemical energy, which is the petrol or diesel. From chemical energy, you are converting it to mechanical energy. Whereas in case of electric car, you are converting electric energy into mechanical energy. So therefore, you don't require an engine. It is only you have to generate mechanical energy, and which you are doing it in the electric cars.
This year we are expecting more, electric cars. We are waiting for purchase one more electric car because we can, petrol economy one thing. The second thing we are waiting for more charging centers. Yes. So if you government establish more electric charging centers, it will be very viable. So we are waiting for charging centers and good electric, and also we have always past experience, blasting. So that type of accidents we don't expect. So that's one reason. The second reason, more electrical charging centers. The third one is more cars, and also economy also, economic viability cars also we need. Tata recently they announced Nano.
Yes.
So Nano, small cars to big cars, all types
So
of
ma'am,
cars.
if I can answer
we can reach
that.
all the targets.
Yeah, so if I can answer that for you.
My sharing would answer
ma'am,
this.
have you heard of
Yeah, I will answer that.
BASS?
No, sir.
Battery as a service. Now, this is a thing which recently MG Motors has launched, where you don't have to pay for the battery. So therefore, the price of the car has come down from 19-20 lakhs to 11 lakhs. And you are not paying for the battery at all. And you only have to pay, as per the kilometer usage of your car.
So my concern is not only the target who afford 11 lakhs, but also 2 lakhs. So we can make India, we have different economic target groups are there. I'm talking about all the people of India. That's why I'm asking. So we need to prepare very small cars also.
Yes. So we are, I think, there is an organization called TS Redco, which is aggressively working towards setting up charging stations. So they are planning to set up more than around 3,000 charging stations as of now, and they will increase the number. Every 25 kilometers, you will find a charging station. And believe me, I had one gentleman come up to Kowe and ask me this, that if your women entrepreneurs are interested, we will try and tie up with the government of Telangana, get some subsidy for your members to start these charging stations. And I am kind of continuing this dialogue with him. So let's see how we fare ahead. And yes, ma'am, you were supposed to say something.
Yes. So very happy to hear from you. And I would like to share my experience as an EV owner. I'm driving an EV for last 1.5 years. And my EV goes only 230 kilometers. And it is a Citroen. It's a Citroen car.
Citroen.
Yes. And experience is that I have no hassles of now filling the petrol. I don't have to line up my car in the queues. In the night, I put it for charging. It is fully charged by morning in 6 to 7 hours. And there is no noise. Car is so peaceful and driving is so comfortable. Since I'm the CEO and founder of Unithink Education International, and I drive a lot.
What is the service cost you paid to service center every?
So service center, hardly any cost. I mean, hardly, only when there is something to
1,000
be changed.
rupees?
Hardly.
Running cost will be 50
Yes.
paisa around
Yes,
from home
yes,
when you
yes.
charge from home.
Yes, and
That
my
is a
bill,
beauty.
And my
That
bill
is a
for the
beauty.
entire month for this only comes 1,500 rupees.
Yes, that is a beauty. When you go to the petrol car, minimum you spend 10,000 rupees.
I'm very
Diesel car
happy,
15.
and we have already bought the second EV also in the house. And as sir was saying, from 20 lakhs, now the EV cost has come down to 9 lakhs as well. I think MG is the one which has introduced it
Yes,
recently.
yes.
Correct.
So
Windsor.
I think this and ecosystem is very good. Though it goes only 230 kilometers, I have driven it to 450 kilometers by planning my trip in such a way that there are charging stations where I can charge and I can stop for a coffee.
Fantastic.
So in 40
Fantastic.
minutes,
Very good.
we have a coffee
Very
and
good.
we charge.
Thank you.
In fact, today in India there are 12,000 charging stations which
Yes.
have already come up. Of course, the petrol station has 87,000. They are much
And
higher.
they're very good apps which will let you know the entire charging stations where they are, so you can plan your trip pretty well.
Right.
Yes, the network is very visible on the app,
Yes,
and you know which is your nearest charging
And
station.
it's going to grow, so I think if you have any doubts on whether we should adopt an EV or not, I think please do go ahead and try it out. I can be the big brand ambassador for that. Thank you so much.
Feedback on Citroen is very good.
Yes,
I
sir.
mean,
And
like,
I believe the
fantastic
car which is adopted by the taxi.
So I think we
Yeah.
have a lot of hands
Taxi market,
up.
very, very
I will
robust
just
car.
take
With
the
your
last
permission,
feedback.
can I go for the next question?
Yeah, so Madhuji, we'll take your last feedback before we close for
So
the questions.
here we had been listening a very good feedback about the EV car. My question is that hazardous part of the battery, when you dispose it, how to take care of that? Because already we are facing a big issue of pollution and...
You are talking about the recycling and waste management
Yes,
part?
yes,
There's
yes,
lots
yes.
of companies like Loham and very RLG group, lots of big companies are already working, they are on the platform, they are started the recycling of the battery. So don't worry about the recycling and e-waste of the battery.
Basically the batteries I'm talking about.
Yes, battery, yes.
Batteries.
Battery recycling is already started, ma'am.
Because-
Lots of companies are doing this.
I don't know how truth it is that after 4 or 5 years, the
It's
battery
already-
has to be
it's
changed.
already started.
And it's a big cost again to continue the car running. And that cost, when you buy it, again you are paying extra. And then when you are changing the battery
Yes.
again, that is again a big cost.
Hey,
Ma'am,
ma'am,
you already
ma'am,
saved
that is what-
5 lakh, 7 lakh rupees in 5 years. You already saved
No,
a lot of
ma'am,
cost.
that is what is happening. There are concepts like battery swapping. Now, what is happening is that, the companies are now coming up with battery swapping where you go and give your battery and get a new battery.
Okay.
So you don't have to...
Without having the age of the battery.
Without even earlier also, supposing your battery's charge is over, you go to the battery swapping station and you give your battery, which is without charge, and get a charged battery.
But this is
Okay.
not...
This system is without any cost. This system is just going to come up.
Sir, my question is not the cost. My question is that how we are dealing, how we are tackling the
After 5
pollution
years,
part of it.
This is, as a boss, I said, battery as a service. Here, they have come up that MG Motors, at the end of the life of the battery, will take back the battery from you and will give you a new battery. They are going to take the total
So,
responsibility.
I will give the answer of that. After 7 years, your battery will not damage. Note down clearly. This battery means it's a combination of cells. Your few of the cells have damaged. And the service center has changed the cell actually. For example, there is 50 cells, 10 cells are there. You can change the 10 cells, it will be ready as a new.
No, but it's not very easy to change the cells because
The service centers are already done.
So I think I can just, when I look at all this discussion, what I understand is there is a lot of awareness that we'll have to create about this sector, because there are so many unanswered questions, unexplored segment, because most of us do not understand. We have a lot of myth. And it's not our fault. We come from a generation where we believe that, seeing is believing, and whatever we see or whatever is told to us, the hearsay is what we believe. But then I think a lot of technology intervention is coming in. A lot of R&D is happening in this sector. What we need today is a lot of awareness to be created so that people start adopting this. And at the end of the day, the bottom line comes to be the cost. We all talk about the cost vis-a-vis the product that you're getting, after sales of the product. And this is one area wherein we will have to I don't know, educate people at a greater level. Because just saying that, I am doing this for the safety of the environment or reducing the carbon footprint will not help, because most of the people wouldn't understand this. But we'll have to go to the grassroots level and start understanding this concept in toto. I think that will create the shift, and that paradigm shift has to happen very fast. It's high time that we take the leap. So, gentlemen, now I would take this opportunity to kindly ask you all to sum up this particular discussion and what you think should be the future for the mobility in this country.
Yeah,
So starting with you,
I
sir.
mean, whatever has been the trend today, it is the two-wheelers, scooters, which are actually driving the total, EV revolution. And in fact, today's penetration of two-wheeler is about 6.2%. And whatever the prediction is that by 2030, the penetration is going to be 20%. It will jump up from 6.2 to 20%. And that is what is going to drive the whole thing. Of course, the four-wheeler car penetration is too low, which is just about 2% today. And probably it will gradually go up as more and more charging stations come up, and more battery swapping stations come up, then more and more, things like, bus battery as a service comes up, these kind of things come up. Probably car will also go, but four-wheeler will take a little more time to really, go for a higher penetration. So therefore, I feel that two-wheeler will definitely drive, and we will keep on having growth of at least, 15 to 20% every year.
Thank you, sir. I think 15 to 20% of the growth is looking very ambitious today. But maybe with the rapid interventions of the government policies and the kind of work that is being done in this particular sector, the percentage will definitely go up faster. So thank you. So Dr. Sandeep, what is your take?
Today, in the era of the social media and the mainstream media, we are living in the time when a 7-day boy or girl is expected to perform at Madhuri Dixit's Dhak Dhak program. So that is the challenge. You have given time to ISRO from 1958 to tomorrow to send the Gaganayan. And you are expecting EV sector everything to deliver in 5 years. That is not possible. You should give time to any sector, whether it is EV or hydrogen. You gave time to solar. Now you see almost 20% roofs of this country, they are occupied by small or large solar power plant. Similarly, have some patience, have faith in our technologists, have faith in our workforce, investor, policy makers. After 10 years, no discussion will be needed to decide whether to go with EV or not, because all of you either you will take EV or you will take hydrogen. Thank you.
So my conclusion of today's discussion, iFever recently signed a MOU with Tata IIS, that is Tata Indian Institute of Skill. It is based in Mumbai and Ahmedabad. We signed a MOU for this awareness campaign from training, skill and development. On the similar pattern, we invite COVI. Today we have signed the MOU with COVI, and we invite the COVI members. We have a large number of skills of the women. Along with the collaboration of COVI, we will spread this awareness the entire India. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just one point on the concern one lady had on the hazardous chemicals of the batteries. So batteries, apart from recycling, what we are doing is actually second life of batteries. When the first life in the EV is completed, those batteries can still be used as energy storage to help in ancillary service to the power system. Right? Whenever there is a power fluctuation, there is a greater imbalance between the demand and generation, we can use these batteries as energy storage, and they can supply back to the grid in case of a shortage. Right? So that's the first thing that is being addressed. The second thing is that we have been heavily importing chemicals for the batteries, or we have been importing the cells itself. So the government very proactively is trying for recycling of the batteries so that our import of these chemicals, because we don't have reserves of some of the elements in India, government is heavily focusing to actually recycle it so that after a period we no longer need to import any of them.
because we have come to a point where we are heavily dependent, and we cannot continue like that for the either for the motor components, the magnets, or the elements that are used in the batteries. So in these two ways, we are actually tackling the hazardous waste that can come out of the cells if they are not properly taken care of.
Very soon, India will come their own batteries, that is sodium-ion cells. The Karaikuri, I think, they have already done the research, prototype is already done, sodium-ion cell in it, and the cost, madam asked you the cost will reduce very soon. Thank you. Sodium-ion cells. Solar, yeah, solar is also option. Sir, is only solar man is there. We can already discuss.
So after the FAME 1 policy, FAME 2, which ended 2024, and PM E-Drive we are going already, that's in process, and in which Modi sir has clearly mentioned self-sufficient Bharat, and in which he has clearly mentioned that all the local manufacturers in India, they come up front and take part in improving the FAME policies and where all we were lacking behind. Now, as a HiFiStreamer National Secretary, we welcome all the women entrepreneurs to come join us, and we will have you on board with all our OEMs, manufacturers, charging stations, battery manufacturers, and components, and many more, like AI, like social media is very much in trending, and we have a lot of options, and we'll speak to you in detail, ma'am, of course. And thank you, ma'am.
Just last two information I just wanted to give you, that in this recent budget, Nirmala Sitharaman ji has reduced 25 equipments, import duty to 0 for battery manufacturing. This is what she has done in this budget. And also for your information, what she was telling earlier, in the Ola factory in Pochampalli, total girls are working. All the village girls have been employed, and there is not a single boy who's working on the line. It is totally, if you go to the factory, you will be surprised that it's only girls who are working there. So this is what is the situation.
In one of the factories you're saying, sir, the entire assembly line is handled by the girls.
Exactly.
The assembly line is totally handled by the girls here. And it is one of its kind.
One of its kind. It is one of its kind. Yeah.
I've been there, so it's a state-of-art facility. So thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, sir, for being with us here. And I take this opportunity for thanking each one of you for being with us and enlightening all of us here with all the opportunities, dispelling our myths, and making us a little more progressive towards adopting EV. So now may I request Madhuji and Nidhi to please come here and felicitate our mementos, please. If any of you have
While we do these sessions, it's also a lesson, or it's also the takeaways for COVE as an organization is what next? Like what kind of sessions, what kind of work we need to do, what kind of training programs and things we need to do, the kind of conversations we had over EVs. I think we definitely need to do a lot more homework and create a lot more opportunities for our women entrepreneurs.
ఈ రోజు ఒంటరిగా నడుస్తాం, అయితే ఏం రేపు సైన్యంగా మారతాం. ఈ రోజు రెండు చేతుల్లో ఓ కళ పుట్టింది, అయితే ఏం రేపది ఎన్నో చేతుల్లో కళకళలాడుతుంది. ఒక్కటవుదాం, ఎదుగుదాం. చిన్న ఊర్లో ఉంటూ పెద్ద పెద్ద కలలు కంటేనేం కలిసి సాధ్యం చేసుకుందాం. ఈరోజు ఒంటరిగా ఒక్క విత్తనాన్ని నాటితేనేం రేపు దాన్ని ఓ తోటగా మార్చేద్దాం. ఒక్కటవుదాం, ఎదుగుదాం. ఒక్క ఆటగాడిగా లక్ష్యాన్ని చేరుకోలేకపోతాం, అయితే ఏం జట్టుగా కలిసి చేరుకుందాం. కలలు ఒంటరిగా కంటే ఏమి, అయితే ఏం, అయితే ఏం, అయితే అయితే కలిసి నిజం చేసుకుందాం. శ్రీరామ్ ఫైనాన్స్ ప్రతి ఇండియన్ కి తోడుగా ఉంది. ఒక్కటైతే ఎదుగుదామన్న నమ్మకాన్ని అందించడానికి.
ఒక్కటిగా ఎదుగుదాం.
శ్రీరామ్ ఫైనాన్స్.
Hello everyone, I'm Preeti Agrawal, fashionpreneur and member of Kobe Rajasthan chapter. I'm excited to introduce you to our 3 brands, each designed to enhance different aspects of your life. Mystic India, Disha Dakshin and DRX5.
Mystic India is dedicated to showcase the rich heritage of Indian craftsmanship to the global stage. Expanding our horizons to USA through Amazon.com, our curated collection encompasses a diverse range of handcrafted products, each reflecting the cultural tapestry of India. Handcrafted flower garlands, artisanal candles, traditional oil lamp wicks, and spiritual prayer beads. You can explore our products on Amazon.com. Disha is more than just a clothing line, it's a celebration of India's rich textile heritage. Our collections feature printed, embroidered, and hand-block printed diverse range of casual and semi-formal apparel, including dresses, tops, tunics, with and without dupattas. We understand the multifaceted clothing needs of working women professionals, ensuring that you experience the perfect fusion of comfort, style, and elegance for your daily office wear and on festive occasions. Disha Dakshin offers versatile options that resonate with your personal style. To learn more about our products, please visit our website www.dishadakshin.com. DRX5 specializes in offering comfortable and stylish scrubs for healthcare professionals. We have scrubs for both male and female medicos in wide variety of colors and sizes. DRX5 combines functionality with fashion, redefining medical wear for the modern medical professionals. To learn more about our products, please visit www.drx5.in. I would also like to share that the products sold on Disha Dakshin and DRX5 are all manufactured in-house. We also offer white labeling services for MOQ of 150 pieces in one color and one style. For our esteemed Kobe members, we are pleased to offer an exclusive 10% discount on your purchase on our websites of Disha Dakshin and DRX5. To avail this offer, please reach out to our team for your unique discount coupons. You can find our contact numbers on the website.
Thank you for your time and we look forward to seeing you for your fashion and professional apparel needs.
Good evening, everyone, once again. And now for the last session for today, which is Beyond Incubation, Scaling Women-Led Startups. For this session, we have Dr. Saikat, a startup mentor from the Symbiosis Center of Entrepreneurship and Innovation. A few words about him. Dr. Saikat is an esteemed academician and startup mentor at the, like I said, Symbiosis Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. He serves as an assistant professor at the Symbiosis Institute of Digital and Telecom Management, a constituent of Symbiosis International in Pune, India. He holds a PhD from Sambalpur University and has completed postdoctoral fellowships at the University of Extremadura, Spain, and National Donghua University, Taiwan. His research interests encompass marketing, entrepreneurship, technology management, and healthcare. With over 100 Scopus indexed publications and 5 patents, Dr. Saikat has significantly contributed to academy and industry. As a mentor at SEI, Dr. Saikat guides budding entrepreneurs in transforming innovative ideas into valuable business ventures. So please welcome Dr. Saikat. Please put your hands together, guys. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope the last day of the sessions makes people feel excited, but also I find that is the same situations happens when a professor comes to the class and he knows, the students knows that it is a boring class. So the strength of this class is the same way. But practically, let me tell you, the fact is that we had the last session which talks about exactly the real challenges which is happening. The beyond incubation scaling women-led startups, which is the basic grassroots levels of problems which we need to address and we need to understand. Unless and until the grassroots levels of startups are not being promoted, we will be the late starter, starting our own startups at the late age, and rather than not making us into the billionaires. Thank you so much. So let me invite the panelists, and we have an entrepreneurial talk by Maya Vivek ma'am, who is the founder of Holy West. So I want to welcome her to the podium. Then we have other panelist who is going to be joining us is Ramji Palela. He is the governing board member of the Indian Steps and Business Incubators Association. I want to welcome you to the podium, please. No? Then we have Rahul Bhardwaj, the senior director and the head, Bala Bikasha, the CHRBMS. I want to welcome to the podium, please. Then we have Riddhi Shah, the co-founder of Lumen Cap Ventures. Welcome to the podium, please. Then we have Dr. Jayashree Suresh, the adjunct professor from Crescent School of Business. Welcome to the podium, please.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. I'll be just welcoming our